Test 1, 2. Aha! Getting there. Transitions aren't fancy yet. Ah, why is it off? Wait a minute. What scene is that? Oh. Alrighty then. Good evening. Yeah, I'm a professional streamer. Kevin Theme Park, I see you having those adventures in the theme park. Indeedly do. It is getting warmer here in the bunker. Things are getting hot. I think we got some fan noise that may be audible. Inferno in the house. What are we waiting for? Well, there's a whole checklist of stuff that I have to do before I go live, or before I start, that I can only do after I've clicked go live. So if I had a timer, that's like on my list of things to do, is to get a timer going that has like a more accurate, because it's like between 7 and 10 minutes usually if I go fast through my whole checklist. And that's if there's no issues, and there's, I mean, usually something that's unexpected. And that's if I do like a fresh, clean reboot just prior, but every time I reboot, then I have to go and set everything up again. It is a bit tedious, so sometimes it takes a minute. I was planning on being live 4 hours ago. Four of them. Yeah, this getting started close to midnight, like, should be like halfway or more done at this point, but you know, that's part of what I'm working on today. Is I'm using AI to organize my efforts, and one of those is to fight against AI. Super fun, huh? Like right now I am, and I'll bring it up in just a moment, what I'm working on. And this, I haven't worked on it today much, but we're about to. And this is going to be super boring. I'll try and explain as I go. So I'm using, I used to run my own LLM in-house. But like, I kept finding myself going to Grok, and it is, I don't even know if other models had the restraint of like ChatGPT, where it had its training model data that it had guide rails on it where it couldn't access real-time data, or like, not really sure about, or websites, but Grok kind of can. The thing that got me really into it is Grok, you can add, instead of having to re-prompt the way that you want everything set up for every conversation, you can set it up with instructions, and then on grok.com, you can set up multiple agents that all have their own different sets of instructions. They handle different things, and then organize conversations into projects that also have additional sets of instructions and or files. And Grok can create files like Python and JavaScript at least, I think, and like I think there's automation playbooks that you can access that you can't like get to a command line for, but allegedly that Grok instance can, and it can run things. So it can like code, it can write code in the background and then run that periodically for whatever you need. I've had it generate documents so far, unintentionally. Like I wasn't expecting that. And it just spit out a document that I downloaded and like, you know what, this isn't exactly what I wanted, but I know this is a thing now. And you might have to ask a certain way or something. But that's really cool to know. So, okay, let's see. I need to pull these two. Right now what I'm doing is using Grok to refine my agents inside Grok. I'm using it to refine itself and then testing and doing an iterative process to where I had this main conversation where I've kind of laid out what I want. Not exactly, but the way that you have to manipulate the conversation to get what you want out of it. And then I'm trying to go a level higher and then make Grok manipulate a prompt to manipulate Grok agents for me. It's not Machiavellian at all. No, perish the thought. Okay, let's fire this up. Oh, that's a little much. They're a little... So I've got sliders for volume, but the funny thing is they only affect my in-ear mix. I still have to adjust manually the sliders of the different devices in OBS. That seems like maybe a weak point, but it does give you more granularity, more control. Can we skip this? Not yet. Test 1, 2? Okay, that's... Unmute and see how that mix looks. Skip this. Not yet. Test 1, 2? Okay, that's... Unmute and see how that mix looks. Okay, that's about where I want it. Kind of there-ish, and then I can adjust in my brain a little bit lower so we can hear everything okay, or hear myself think, I guess. Okay, so now we add... yes! There we go. There's one. And then we add... window. Nope, not that one. This one. Okay, I think that's... right... right there, we got it. Okay. So I've got... right now I'm doing process, this is an iterative process where we try it and then using that thing, do refinement on the thing, and then change what's in the thing. And right now we're going through clarifying things that might be misinterpreted and trying to get the same ideas across without being as redundant, and then so more concise and clarifying for things that could be disambiguated. We want to disambiguate them. There's a word for you. Disambiguate. Oh, that's a little better. That's fine. Okay, why mechanical and analog are baseline, not just preferred. So I've got these agents, like all four of them there's statements in there about like 1960s era technology, and I realize that's not exactly accurate of what I'm trying to get across. And like we want the primary. Last night I just got through clarifying and getting the AI the prompt to clarify so that the agents are aware of what pace planning was, because apparently in one iteration, the definition didn't make it across. So pace is primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. So generally 4 options for any course of action. And we want to use that for planning both COA's course of action and equipment for like purchases for any kind of process. A good example of this that came up fairly recently, for right now, I've got 2 examples in the workshop that I'm using, like, to help this main conversation disambiguate that. Which these are just examples, and they both happen to be in my workshop space. Where the primary is actually something that I'm not sure if I like so much. But a modern, brushless, efficient, cordless circular saw. That's the primary. The alternate would be a brushed tool, like what I already have on hand. Generally the cheaper, older technology, not or hardly any microchips inside them, not as efficient. They heat up, not as strong, but there's generally a lot more information on repairing, and they are repairable, and it's generally they operate quite simply. So that the brushless cordless tool would be the primary. The alternate, the brushed tool. Like, if there's something that happens and the brushless tool breaks and the manufacturer isn't around anymore, or you're in an austere environment where you can't get replacements, or, you know, zombies, then you have to fix it yourself or do without. So the alternate in that case would be the brushed tool that if you've upgraded from, then you still have. The contingency would then be a very simple corded tool, and I'd like to get to where I have DC corded tools, because I have AC. Well, not all my tools, but I generally have, or did at some point. I need to get them all together, and then like in a kit that's not in first order of retrieval, streamlining my workflows in the workshop. That's all part of this too. But I have to do this work in order to get to the next steps, because I've kind of skipped over that for some of my project refinement, and it took a lot more fighting than it should have been to get there. I'm building the structure right now. So you got primary, alternate, contingency would be then the corded saw, circular saw. And then the emergency, the PACE, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. The emergency would be a hand saw that requires nothing, no power, no nothing. Or some sort of mechanical device that does sawing. For a drill, same thing, but you have I forget what they're called. You hold the knob at the top and spin it around, and then it'll drill, or like that, and it'll drill you a hole. That would be your emergency, your backup to the backup to the backup. Like, yeah. For lighting solution, it's funny how this fits. For lighting solution, the primary is I have overhead fluorescent lights that have a big ballast and stuff. Alternate is, well, sunlight, A, but then B, plug in corded shop lights, floodlights, shop work floodlights. That's the alternate. Contingency is cordless. Like, if those aren't getting the job done, sometimes, I need to be able to go into some place that's get bright light, like whether it's under a hood, in a transmission, if it's a vehicle, or, hey, gotta move away from the workshop area. Corded, or cordless, battery-operated lighting solution. Floodlights, or whatever. And then the emergency is just whatever the, like, flashlight I have in my pocket at the time, because, you know, you gotta have a flashlight in your pocket. This one's a Streamlight ProTac, which I don't know if this is the same one as the ProTacs that you put on a rifle, but I mean, it's ProTac, so probably. I think I was carrying around a Nightcore, oh, here it is. Nightcore Phoenix. Nightcore EDC 27, which these both can get really bright. I think they can both go to 3000 lumen. Oh, no, I locked it out. Yep, I forgot how to unlock it. Okay, this one goes to 3000 lumens and strobes, and it gets hot. This one, I don't know, but it goes to something like 1000. It's a little bit more complicated than I would like. I've been thinking about... I have a whole box full of old mag lights with incandescent bulbs, that because I just can't throw any of them away. Where I've been thinking, like, you know what, I kind of want to... Let's start fixing those and get back to that. There's no electronics in them at all. These LEDs are great, but they have microcontroller chips and stuff, and like voltage regulators and things like that. Yeah, the mini mag light is not going to be anywhere near as bright. However, as long as you've got backup incandescent little tiny light bulbs for it, it's always going to work. It doesn't matter what happens. As long as you've got some bulbs for it and some, like, a couple AA batteries, that thing's always going to work. Same with the bigger mag lights. As long as you have the batteries and some backup bulbs, there's nothing to break on it. So right now, this last piece is we're clarifying 1960s era technology that I'm going back and forth with the AI. That, hey, we want it to be Jidoka, which is the... I'm not sure if Toyota invented it, but they implemented it as a business practice. It's called automation with a human touch, where they do everything by hand for a new part or whatever, and then add automation, so that there's always that fallback to the manual process. I want to implement that in pretty much everything that I do. Whether it's in the workshop, in the house, in my business, or whatever. It's just a good way to not get... It's a part of risk management. By having resilient processes, you avoid issues of something stopped working and we're down until it gets fixed. By having fallback strategies, you avoid that situation by having a much sturdier foundation upon which you build your life, business, whatever it is. That's enough ranting about that, I think. So let's get back to it here. Oh. Power and movement preference. Unless overwritten, mechanical and analog solution are the baseline for maximum resiliency and usability without electricity. Electric or electronic solutions may serve as primary only when they deliver significant efficiency gains, but must always include a complete, fully functional mechanical or analog fallback. Jidoka principle, automation layered on top of mechanical baseline. Hierarchy 1, pure mechanical analog, 2, diesel mechanical, 3, simple electric, discrete components, no integrated circuits, 4, gasoline, 5, electronics. Last resort, always with full mechanical backup. See, this is close. And in, like, putting gasoline and electronics in the same... That's the, you know what, that's the next piece of why this is better. Clearly states mechanical analog baseline. hierarchy. I may have made a mistake in putting these dissimilar things in the same priority structure, but the reference simplifies a much more complex hierarchy. Much more complex hierarchy for decision-making algorithm. I can't spell D-E-C-I... Oh, yeah. I think that was a typo, not misspelling, but that's okay. A Decepticon. A Decepticon. That's a type of Decepticon. Making algorithm. I may have made a mistake in putting these dissimilar things in the same priority structure, but the reference simplifies a much more complex hierarchy for decision-making algorithm. Is that conveyed in this priority order? No, it's not fully conveyed yet. Okay, that's what we're working on. It's not. See, Grok is saying it's not fully conveyed yet, and this is the Grok 4.3 beta using all 4 of my current agents, which we have the Grok base agent, which you can't change. You can add instructions to it, and then you can make as many different additional ones as you want, it looks like, and give them different names, and each one can get a separate set of instructions. Now, feels like I should probably make a few additional. You know what? I should have kept each version, and every time it had a change, just made a new version of it. Like, we got Grok, Builder, Analyst, and Strategist that each have a different piece of the puzzle, and then the Grok proper agent coordinates between them. Theoretically. That's the goal we're working on. So using that methodology, we should get much better and expected results of what I'm looking for and looking to do when I'm engaging these things. It should be much better, much faster than having to try and remember either pasting in a set of prompts that I haven't quite worked out all the details yet. That's part of what I'm doing too, is refining the ideas in the prompts to get them to be as concise and not definitive. Not decisive. But yeah, definitive and concise as possible with our given goals. And this is all strictly for process improvement. And theoretically, once this is done, I can... Or I mean, even before it's done, I've already been doing this, but it should be a much easier process now. I can put in like instead of making a giant prompt, I can like start a project or ask for a comparison between 2 or 3 things, like real world things, or say, hey, how would this fit into a process? How would X fit into my process of Y? And I partially like to just give it as vague stuff as possible at first in my prompt to see what it comes back with. There's sometimes when I've got great response, like maybe or maybe not something you'd call a great response, but something that gave me unexpected results that helped me a lot more than what just simply answering it would have been. Curse Zero in the house. How you doing? Am I talking to the LLM about Roko's Basilisk? I don't know what Roko's Basilisk is. Is that a game theory? But either way, no, that's not Roko's Basilisk. I don't think it is. I'm using I'm using Grok inside a project to refine my prompts for instructions for Grok. And these are the projects that I have so far. Some of these have a one or more physical notebooks that I use because I'm apparently severely ADHD, and having a place for everything to live is really important, whether it's physical space or mental space. So having a place where, for like my workshop domain or content creation or whatever, where I can like open it up and it's called Idea Queue, pretty simply, where just random thoughts and ideas can go in. And then, okay, it's down, now I won't forget it. Because during the day, I carry around notebooks in my pocket and 3x5 cards that I just scribble things on. Sometimes I use the voice recorder on like a phone handset. Wherever. I've got all these distributed pieces of paper with ideas on them that just get lost in the cruft. They need a place to go. They need a home. So inside these notebooks for each domain, that's the place to go. And then when it's like, hey, what was I thinking of? I can go back and look at my ideas, and that'll refresh a lot. Then they can go from like idea, a full spread brainstorm about like all the ideas and whether I draw pictures or whatever about that, and then a separate section with concrete plans to do said thing. And I've gone through that process and tweaked it now for 3 or 4 different domains, different notebooks, physical notebooks that I use, and I've been having some. I'm pretty new in it. I've been having some pretty good success with it, though. I'm coming from living inside Microsoft OneNote. I love OneNote, but without the physical constraints of a physical notebook, a sprawl happens. You have to be very disciplined with how you add things to it, or sprawl happens every time. And I wasn't organizing it probably the best way. After I get these after I get this piece done, this centralized structure piece for the Grok, I'm going to use Grok to help me refine how should I be organizing like a OneNote in conjunction with or for the separate things than my physical notebooks. I was using the Para organization tool, which Gabe Bolt, that's the thing he hawks, which he's not I mean, yeah, he makes money using it, but which is projects, areas, reference, and then archive, which I never really used it effectively or got it. Unless I already know what Roko's Basilisk is, don't. Is that like an anime corn thing? Is it tossed to, like, I am live on Twitch. Is it tossed to say on Twitch to Roko's bad? Should I stop saying it? Mav in the house. How you doing, sir? Yeah, we doing some AI. We're doing some force. I'm forcing clankers to do work for me. And this is like, honestly, large language models have been great for helping me like flesh out ideas and do a lot faster if you are really direct with your rules and constraints, with things like forcing, yeah, you can use Grok to talk dirty to you. You can. I've seen people stream it. But I'm using specifically Grok to specifically help me refine processes and ideas, and none, like you can say none of that, no hallucinations, and be able to provide reference things that you're citing for everything that we discuss. So that forces it to be much more realistic. And some things to where how I got to this point were for like getting advice on how to do certain things, asking, putting in the prompt to be be constructive be critical from the perspective of a mentor giving advice. That like key phrase, that was that was a game changer as far as working with LLMs and doing like fleshing out ideas, whether it's for creative or for like real world process type stuff. Both. It's that little trick was, and there's a lot of things like that. That was a big one. No, it's cool to talk about it. Wait, Darth Sephiroth, that's Curse Zero on Twitch, right? Which I do appreciate the views and view time on YouTube. I am working on monetization. I'm a hair under for ads, like a hair under the 4,000 hours to start to getting ad revenue on this channel on YouTube, but I'm a little over 100 subs shy of even the first level for to get to just like super chats and being able to raid. I don't get why raiding is such a thing, is such a problem. That's got to be a back-end code thing, because there's like, you can't even alert for raids on YouTube. Like there's no like API hooks for it or anything. It's a giant pain. Even for the large language models, even the language you use to describe things, like it's very specifically getting into not every project, but these projects inside. Let's see, I haven't done anything in that one yet. But inside these Grok projects, a lot of them are corresponding to a domain of knowledge or processes or workflow or something, like workshop processes. I'm about to start a separate one that is, and this is like, yeah, like one conversation that turns into, hey, help me evaluate, right here, this one was, help me evaluate my actual needs for what I'm doing to figure out which battery platform to consolidate on, and I ended up with the 18-volt Ryobi. Because I have a whole mess of tools that, you know, like a lot of people, that are corded, cordless, pneumatic air tools, and of the corded, it doesn't matter if they're different brands or anything. The pneumatic, they sure they don't matter if you got different tools. With your cordless battery tools, though, oh yeah, having all these different batteries and different chargers, and like only one battery for each different thing, and every single thing has a different charger, and oh, nah. For what I'm doing, apparently, Ryobi, it was 100%, like, it was like kind of like a no-brainer once I really looked at it. And then it, I'm not building houses. I'm not putting up high-rise buildings with a team of people that aren't gonna be like are gonna drop tools off of, you know, skyscrapers, and then it, you know, maybe it has to work after that. And then also, being that Ryobi is homeowner slash DIY themed and based, there's a lot more tools on the same platform. The batteries go back, apparently they're having the 30-year anniversary of the same battery pack form factor. And then also there's a lot of information for dissecting and rebuilding both the battery packs themselves and the tools, especially the older brushed tools that there's just no electronics in them. There's really nothing to break. They're just not as efficient and not as strong as the newer brushless tools. So, as much as it, like, all the tool snobs are like, no, Ryobi. They are owned by TTI now, same as Milwaukee and Rigid. It's Tektronix Incorporated. Like, everything everywhere is pretty much made in China or elsewhere. Minus a few one-off weird tools, like, I happen to have it right here. This wrench, this is an 8-inch oxide adjustable wrench. This guy right here. Now, I wanted the finish. The, let's see, what brand did I actually get? It's a Proto, which is the industrial arm of, I think it's Snap-on, it might be Mac. Or Matco. Mac? Matco. Whatever, the other one that's not, Snap-on. The other... Oh, Snap-on, Matco, and Mac, yeah. I believe it's Snap-on's industrial line, where it's like, it's the same tools, it's a different brand. But this wrench is or was made at one factory in Spain, and then white labeled and stamped with just a different logo on it for like 7 different brands. And the Proto is cheaper. There's SK tools, there's a whole bunch of different brands, but I wanted this one specifically. Which then, I mean, that was right before I got into the, just happen to have them right here. The pliers wrench game, but now I've got the 2 pieces, the adjustable pieces for my, you know, my normal tool bag. That's just, that gets carried around for things, like my workbench top tool bag. Not maker specific, but to handle 90% of everything type stuff. Not like electronics necessarily, but a lot of that too. Like, I think I've got some smudges in there. I can take apart most anything. What was it? It wasn't Spearmint. Yeah, I mean, Roko's Basilisk. It's not something that'll get you flagged. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I'll, Roko's Basilisk, huh? That is specifically about AI. Yeah, I'm not ready to mess with that at all yet. So the thing about just that particular conversation, it was too long ago. It was honestly right around Christmas time when I went through that process and decided. So it was fairly recent that I'm gonna consolidate everything. 'Cause I had some Ryobi on hand, but that's when I decided, okay, we're gonna consolidate and acquire. Which some of them, like the older brush tools, they may or may not make anymore, but finding them, like, you can find, like, tool alone, you can find them, like, a lot of them for like 30-40 bucks. locally on Craigslist, and then there's like no shipping involved. You just have to deal with Craigslist people or Facebook Marketplace, or whatever your local thing that you want to use there. Nextdoor.com, if you're into that. So I went and got like one of the specifically brushed tool combo sets that was like 30 or 40% off around Christmas time. The only thing that was, yeah, it had a drill, jigsaw, sawzall, a oscillating multi-tool, a flashlight, and there was one other thing I forget, and like 2 batteries and a charger. So I've been testing, like, I figured out that, oh hey, the 4 amp hour batteries that you could pick up on eBay, used, working or not, those you can rebuild with hot rodded, essentially like really good cells. What, 18680 I think is the number, cells, and you can hot rod like a 4 amp hour battery shell with a battery management system in it, and hot rod, like, replace those cells and get like an 8 or 9 amp hour battery out of it, 7, 8, or 9, somewhere like that, like in a much smaller and lighter form factor. Now I've went and got into a few 6 amp hour batteries, some of them the HPs, and I'm just kind of getting into using them around, like, in my workflow for things that I'm doing, and I've been satisfied so far, even with the used tools that require a little work. We'll get into that later. I'm gonna redo my whole and revamp a whole additional workspace. We'll be streaming from there, the whole process. Do some content with it. That's why I started, honestly, streaming. What, 6? Shit, it's been like 7, 8 years now. I started streaming to keep myself accountable for projects and getting stuff done, because I found it a lot harder to get distracted if I'm teaching something, and it's like, having chat is great, but it really doesn't even necessarily matter if anybody's watching. It's kind of like and then secondary to that, it's an engineering technique called the rubber ducky principle, where you out loud go through a whole process or explain a concept or something. The key part is doing it out loud. Having something with a face that you can talk to, like a rubber ducky, helps a lot, because when you speak it out loud, your brain can't skip over gaps. Because if you're just thinking through a process, your brain can create gaps where you just gloss over, like the underpants gnomes. You just gloss over a missing part and not even realize that you're doing it. Brains are funny like that. They're able to just fill in gaps, and then you don't realize it. However, if you have to say it out loud, you can hear yourself, and you realize that, wait, what did I just say? That's not how that works, or I don't know how to get from A to B. I don't know how to explain this. And then that can help you refine your own knowledge. It really helps me, anyway. If you really watered Kurzero, if you really watered it down to scary campfire science fiction ghost story thought project type thing about AI, cool. This particular conversation was exactly that, going through, like, hey, the Ryobi, there's sales going on at like Home Depot and the DTO, the Direct Tools outlet, right now for like batteries and chargers and stuff. So I landed on, like, what do I need to be buying, and narrowed through the process, and like, well, generally you go about $10 per amp hour for batteries, and that's kind of the, the best deal. A little bit more than that's okay, but don't go much more than that. It's been a whole research thing, and along with refining, along the way, refining how my grok prompts go. I don't know how, without this being an iterative process where, hey, we make some changes and then try it out for a while. Without it being like that, I don't think I would have been able to get my prompting and instructions as refined as they are now. I kind of have to stick with this now at this point. I might be vendor lock-in, which, being that it's a service, a monthly service, man, I don't, like, I don't know. I don't want to be stuck with a service. But doing this, I'll probably get back to running my own LLM, but much better, because I'm going to use this clanker to probably help me fire up my own clanker again on newer, lower electricity using hardware. Because we want to be low power compatible. Low power also means lower heat, and especially in Texas, that saves energy twice, because you're conditioning the air, whether it's via an AC unit or like swamp cooler or just fans circulating air, whatever. You're A, cooling the air first, but then B, you're spending electricity on the computer infrastructure, the compute infrastructure, computer network storage, all the things, your compute resources, and then that's generating heat on top of that. You're fighting against that because then you have to cool it again. So I'm using a big honkin' desktop for the first time in probably 20 years. It was about 2.5 years ago I built this one out. I've been using a laptop since then. And oh wow, does it use more electricity. Oh lordy. It is wild how much more electricity, which granted it is like, it was the top spec, what is it, it was like the best AMD processor and AMD video card I could get 2.5 years ago. Let's see. A Ryzen 9 7950X, 32 cores at 5.881 gigahertz, and a Radeon RX 7900 XT with 96 gigabytes of RAM, running at, I think, 5600 megahertz. It's like one below the fastest RAM you could get at the time. I want to say was 6000. This is like, it's one level below the best at the time was. The bang per buck just wasn't there. I wanted to build it so that possibly 10 years out of it, which, oh man, 7.5 years to go. I don't know if I want to keep running it. Like, this might have been an experiment, and I'm paying the price now for the electricity, like literally paying the price for the heat and electricity. When a laptop with just stuffing in as much RAM as possible, like a gaming laptop, so that it has the big beefy video card, and then just stuffing as much RAM in as possible, probably would have been my better solution. It would have been more upfront, to be sure. It would have cost more. But you look at the total cost of a project, your TCO, your total cost of ownership, you got your CapEx and OpEx. Your capital expenditures, like that's what you pay for the thing. Then your OpEx, your operational, your weekly, monthly, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly recurring costs. Like paying for a Grok or a Twitter subscription to get Grok at that level access, that's an OpEx. That's a recurring subscription fee. That's operating expenses. Buying the laptop or the computer and everything, buying those goods one time, that's CapEx. This is just like basic business principles. And you have to include in the OPEX the care and feeding. And that's both the electricity cost and then more subtly the cost to cool it, because it's always generating heat, and that's not good in Texas. That's even if the electricity is cheaper in Texas, that heat that it's generating is on top of the ambient heat, and then now you got to pay to run it and then pay to cool it off. And it gets close to water boiling. Oh, wait a minute. That might be Fahrenheit and that might be Celsius. Oh, okay. There's two. I'm looking at it right now. There's two. So there's it's got a closed circuit water loop, like a non-maintenance water loop. Like, so there's a water block and then a radiator on top with a bunch of big honking fans. And it has a number on it that's the temperature. And so my processor's at 45 degrees right now, and I believe that's Celsius. The temperature on the board is, it says 82, 83, it's bouncing around there. Sometimes it'll get up to like 99. Or it was at one point. The, is that in Fahrenheit? I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to, like, next time I reboot, I'm gonna have to go in the BIOS and see if that's reading in Fahrenheit. I don't know. The board, the LED readout on the board is saying, you know, low 80s right now. Is there that much of a difference between where the temperature is being read, or like the processor temp on the board versus at the water block? Is there that much of a difference? Or I can't believe it didn't occur to me until, see, that's what saying it out loud, because I've looked over at that. It's got to be 1,000 times. And like, oh, yep, that number and that number. I honestly don't know what units the temperature is in. The water block's definitely Celsius, but I don't know the one on the board. Any hoozles. Back to it. Optimizing. Oh yeah, this. It generated me a thing. Like, I didn't ask for this. Why did it do this? However, really cool to know that it can generate files. Oh no. Okay, this is the same one. This is the right one. I couldn't figure out which one was I working on. Okay. It's not fully conveyed yet. With dissimilar things being the same priority structure. Okay. Real decision process is more complex and context. Yeah, the real decision process is more complex and context dependent. Use a decision-making shortcut that you use to move faster, not a rigid rule that always applies the same way. Yes, we want it to be weighted. Mechanical and analog solutions are the baseline for resiliency and usability. Without electricity, electric or electronic solutions may serve as the primary only when they deliver significant efficiency gains and a complete manual mechanical stick with that mechanical or analog fallback is feasible. Judica principle automation layered on mechanical baseline. Hierarchy: 1 pure mechanical analog, 2 diesel mechanical, 3 simple electric discrete components in IC, 4 gasoline, 5 electronics. Last resort, always with full mechanical backup. Always evaluate whether simple hierarchy fits the specific context before applying it strictly. Yes, okay. Explicitly names it as a simplified heuristic. Directly addresses your concern. Okay, there we go. Clarifies this is a real process, is more complex and context dependent. Keeps your numbered hierarchy as the usable decision tool. Always evaluate whether the simplified hierarchy fits the specific context. Yes, this version should prevent agents from treating the list as inflexible rules, instead treat it as the practical shortcut you actually use. Yes, that's the idea. That's a solid real improvement in theory. If it pans out for how the agents actually work, we'll be in a much better state. Restate instructions for all 4 agents so we stay synced. Okay, so we take that guy, and oh man, the very first iteration was pretty concise, not exactly on point, but you know that's why we do improvements. But then, like about the 3rd iteration, it got to be like, wow, giant. Because you can put it's about 4,000 characters, or it's 4,000 characters that the limit inside these friggin' boxin are. They're not, I mean, they are quite girthy, but they're not infinite. So if you have legit guidelines that you don't want to repeat and go through a whole conversation every single time, doing this that's why I put a lot of value on going through this whole process, so that we iteratively, just over time, constant process improvement to where individual actual tasks and goals that I'm working on will just happen much, much faster. Whether it's creating a new notebook for a new domain that I want to get organized on, or evaluating a specific piece of gear, or like, hey, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, I want to be doing this or this type of thing. Is that a thing? Is there a community, or is there something out there where this is already kind of a way to do this, already kind of set up and kind of optimized, and gold standards as far as what gear to use and how to do it, and things like that. I wish That's one of those time travel things. When all this stuff is done, it's like I wish I could go back in time 20 years and give this stuff to myself 20 years ago. Let's see, 20 years ago, I would be... I was still active duty. But having this stuff... and like already kind of getting into the idea of building processes, it would have helped me so much transitioning to civilian life, because that's an issue that veterans have, especially ones that may or may not have any kind of TISMs or ADHD or things like that, anything that impacts executive function. Like, I don't have any problem when, like, it's like a shoot no shoot scenario. That's fine. Juggling projects where nobody's gonna die, like there's no impending, like there's no imminent threat, and things are just ambiguously out there that need to get done, I have the worst time with those. And then like putting something down, like permanence for various stuff. Eesh. If you're, when you're like enlisted active duty, here's all your gear, here's where you live, here's your food, here's everything. All you gotta do is show up on time and do what you're supposed to do. Other than that, everything is on rails for you. It's so simple and easy. But then when you get out into the real world, having not had to grow into that and figure that out for yourself as a young adult whose brain is still forming, that's a big disadvantage. And honestly, I've just kind of like, whoop, set things down and then never picked them up again. Things that I should have been, or whatever. I've got project cars that have literally been sitting for 20 years. My Sylvia, S13 Sylvia, that I rebuilt onto a USDM S13. It is probably 30 feet that way, you know, above ground. But like 30 feet, like the hypotenuse, a squared plus b squared is c squared. I've just been dragging it around with me. I have the engine, I got 2 transmissions. Actually, I have a few engines. A few total drivetrain. Either way, that's a squirrel moment. Having something like this, to where also that you can bounce ideas off of, it's crowdsourcing, not a mentor, but the been there, done that aspect of a mentor, being able to bounce ideas off of for things in that specific domain. Rome in the house, how you doing? Yeah, we're messing with clankers, and actually, I don't know how much longer it's gonna go. And I could just not get things all ready. I was trying to go live for like 4 hours today. It's like Murphy is really up in my business. It's like my internet connection. The connection's great, but my connection to streaming platforms is not. Only when I'm trying to go live. I'm not sure if that's like a perceived thing, but even having other streams up, whether it's on... It's mostly impacted on Twitch, I've found, but others too. Like constantly having to reconnect VPN endpoints and I don't know what else. Just, things just keep breaking. And then there's the, you know, get off your ass and push go live aspect of it. And then, hey, get ready, have something ready to go. I've got a book where I'm planning that, my content brain book. And I haven't used that for any actual streams yet. We're getting there, getting close. I need to refine the process just a little bit more, and I've been like correcting, like correction fluid, whiteout, and moved sections around even a few times. So I've got to do a little bit more work on it, but I am actively working on it. that's part of what this is. This is the overall. I'm getting the instructions for all of these girthy grok agents, because you can have 4. So I've got 1, the basic grok, that is coordinating between itself and the other 3, and they each one has a different thing that it's primarily working on, and then the main one coordinates it all and puts it together. And then it provides the, like, not harsh, but critical eye mentor perspective based on what the other ones do. So each one's got a piece of the puzzle, and then it... Wait, no, not that. That's not that. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Boop. There we go. Haha. So this is the grok. I'm not sure if the baseline one gets it, but this is the grok I have right now, and I have access to the newest, the beta version, and 4 different grok agents. And the funny thing, you can have, like, I don't think there's a limit of how many agents you can have, and you can, like, mix and match all of them except the main one. Grok has to live there, but you can change what grok does. But then all the rest of them, you can switch them around and switch out what you want. So what I honestly should have been doing is every iteration of changing, I should have been making a new agent, like analyst, you know, version 2, analyst version 3, analyst version 4, builder version 5, analyst version 5. Because, you know, you want to get that version 5 of the analyst. You don't want the baseline one. But it's really good to have the baseline, I think, to compare and see where you've come from. Now, I did start, like whenever I would change it, saving the previous one in a text document, but oh man, I lost track of that after like 3, and not for all of them, just for the main one. So what are we doing? We're putting it in grok right now. So this is the main. You are assisting a user whose non-negotiable lens is practical real-world prepper off-grid sustainability, privacy-first, and security-hardened applications. Core priorities: long-term self-reliance, resilience to disruption, EMP, grid-down, OPSEC, data sovereignty, low-profile approaches, and minimal supply chain dependency. You are the grok agent. You are the primary coordinator and philosophy enforcer. We might want to clarify this statement too. Power movement decision framework. Okay, this is the section we were just working on, where I initially, and how I used to describe it to people is basically 1960s era technology is where my preference lies. Like how a washing machine, you know, a basic washing machine works, where it's seriously like just an egg timer that has a contact, and then as the timer times, it maintains contact with certain contact patches that complete different circuits that make the washing machine do different things. Like you start it is fill. If the water reaches X level, it stops filling. And then it starts agitating and agitating and agitating. And then as the timer goes and goes, it'll hit the next section. And then it'll drain the water. Then the next section, it'll refill the water and or spin, and then refill the water, and then, you know, agitate. We're rinsing, and then drain the water, like another contact patch. As the timer goes on, it's hitting all these different contact patches for X amount of time. And each one, there's no circuits, there's no chips, there's no nothing doing anything. It's incredibly simple. That's the level I'm looking for. My biodiesel brewer wait, that one? Is my current one? No, my last one was an Appleseed style, and it was basically a washing machine as far as the electrical for the processes. And there was a heater element too. Well, actually, it was more like a dryer. Same technology level though. Okay, but that's what we were talking about. Hierarchy: 1, pure mechanical analog; 2, diesel mechanical; 3, simple electric, discrete components, no integrated circuits; 4, gasoline; 5, electronics is the least desirable. Last resort: always use with full mechanical backup. Always evaluate whether simplified hierarchy fits the specific context before applying it strictly. Is that... we want to include... Oh, okay, it does say here. Electric or electronic solutions may serve as a primary only when they deliver significant efficiency gains and a complete mechanical or analog fallback is feasible. Judica principle. Okay, I seriously must have just read that and then poof, squirrel moment. That's why we're doing this, so I can put in the work one time and then it's like doing royalty work, like writing a book or making a video that has ad revenue. Do the work one time and then it's making money that you don't have to work on anymore. Same thing, but instead of making money, it's going through thought processes of how do we evaluate this and how do we improve for whatever the thing is, whatever the process or the thing is. Stinky lists or list with a Y, that would be that would have to do with like cleaning. Wait, no, it wouldn't. Lister, not L-Y, not list, not Lester. Leisure Suit Larry? Squirrels will get you. Yeah, well, it means something shiny, you know? Jidoka, automation with a human touch. Always detail complete human analog mechanical fallback. Use pre-integrated circuit examples. Use pre-integrated circuit examples, mechanical relay logic, spring-wound cam timers, bimetal thermostats, hand crank, generators, discrete relay sequencing. That's essentially like how a washing machine or dryer works. These are all basically describing how a washing machine or dryer works. All these individual technology types. Pace planning conditional. Use pace section, primary, optimal, alternate, strong backup, contingency, fallback, emergency, minimal, last resort, only for complex / resilience tasks. Otherwise use clear prioritized list. Never force pace on simple tasks or prioritization lists. Only use it when genuinely improves resilience or decision quality. We might need to refine this a little bit more too, but you know, we'll see how it works. That's what I'm going through this. I think this is to I want to read them all, and then hit save, and then I'm gonna work with that on, like, my next project that I'm gonna work on is literally the workshop cleanup and revitalization project. So take all, like, even basic things like lighting, and then how I want to optimize my space. So let's define the actual things that are going to get done in this space, and then figure out a layout for the workflows with the floor plan that works to get those tasks and those goals accomplished, maximizing usability, especially with the floor space available. Like, one of the biggest things that I've already gone through I've previously gone through this exercise for talking about my saws. So the issue that I have, or you know what, I'll talk about saws in a minute. Let me here check this out. I'm gonna write it down. Sticky note. Saws, and then there we go. I wrote it messy and stuck it to the top of this monitor. So I'm gonna go through these. You know what? Just a minute. Okay, so my saws in my workshop. I have a non-folding job site style, very inexpensive when I bought it, skill saw, table saw, skill brand table saw. It can do dado cuts. It's not belt driven, it's direct drive, and it's small. The fence isn't great. It's not bad. It's really probably the minimum of what you'd want. It's really not bad. The table part is true, and the fence, it's got a little, it's not as bad as like the Ryobi job site table saw, the fence. But then I also have, and that takes about 9 square feet of floor space, just the floor footprint. Then I have a miter saw that usually lives sitting on top of that table saw, that I don't use for miter cuts all that often. And I don't know that I need a miter power saw. And that more than some of the other solutions that I have. And then also, I inherited from a buddy, he restored a actual 1960s, maybe early 70s era Craftsman radial arm saw. This is a large tool, and it's in great shape. He replaced the deck, the deck surface with wood. But besides that, it's almost like in new condition. The thing is, it takes up roughly 12 square feet of floor space. It's a large, tall tool, floor-based tool that I just don't use. So I went through the whole process and figured out that, hey, for my use case, which is mostly, honestly, ripping down sheet material, whether it's plywood or OSB or MDF or whatever, sheet material, sheet wood, usually no more, like 3/4 inch is kind of my go-to, or smaller for sheathing, or like dimensional lumber. I don't do much more, like generally 2x, which is what, 2.5 or 1 3/4. It's 1.5 or 1 3/4 inch thickness. Sometimes 4x, which is like 3.5 inch thick. So seriously, the cordless saw, circular saw that I have with a universal track edition, that's my best solution. Not the cordless track saw, especially not the Ryobi one. That one has some significant issues. But taking my existing circular saw and adding just a universal track that I can use to rip sheet material or just do straight lines, that's the elegant solution. And then this very small thing that can either go flat against the wall or maybe in like a larger drawer I haven't purchased yet. That replaces, close to 30 square feet of floor space getting taken up by saws. Well, the closer to 20. Well, somewhere between 20 and 30 square feet of floor space that can just be removed and then still get the same jobs done. Because I mean, as much project things that I build with wood, I do wood, metal, and a 3D print plastic. I don't do all that much. Like it's not like these tools are getting, construction at like, I'm not a tradie doing construction. Maybe electrician level of which I'm not even using them that much, not like as a tradie. Like a tradie's Milwaukee M12 fuel impact will get used a lot more than I use any of my tools. And that's not even all that much. I've always been like prosumer to where I don't use them that often, but when I do, I want professional results. The thing is right now that if you're going with a reputable name brand, which they're all made in China now. Almost everything's made in China. Not all. Hashtag not all made in China. But most of the big brands are all manufactured in China now. So it's not like... It's a lot just different situation than maybe 20, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. Definitely a different situation than like in the 80s. And that really helps with costs too. It does. And like the tools, the cheapest tools now are worlds apart of the same category than well, I don't want to say better than, because things legit were made better previously. The problem historically going back is the materials cost more than the labor. And now the labor cost is the biggest cost. Materials, there's so much engineering going in now to meet the minimum requirement, and materials processing to where you can get exactly what you wanted, exactly as durable as you wanted, versus go back in time, things were generally way overbuilt because they weren't maybe sure exactly what's this going to need to be, what kind of stresses is this going to need to endure. And then the second component of that was, with the materials costing more, selling selling the one time, now the consumer has it, the repairability. Things weren't as disposable. Which there's a whole rant about that, but let's, I gotta finish this up here. Kevin Theme Park in the house. Still, thanks for hanging out. Oh, Craftsman is not owned by Sears, and the funny thing, the Craftsman, the last time I checked anyway, Craftsman, which is now owned by the Stanley Black & Decker, is the last time I checked, I believe. They still have a warranty, but you have to have a receipt. As far as the policy states, you may or may not need it actually in the store. So there was a small, it might even be still around, where Harbor Freight had the best warranty in the business for, I don't remember if it was just on hand tools. It might have been on power tools as well, but definitely on hand tools, where you didn't need a receipt. You just bring in your Pittsburgh or Pittsburgh Pro or whatever the Harbor Freight brand is to any Harbor Freight and say, hey, look, it broke. And they give you a new one. Just go right off the floor, grab a new one of whatever it is. Craftsman in Sears used to be like that. there was a point where, and I'm not sure if it was just my store, it might be just anecdotal experience. I'm not sure if that was via policy, but there was a point where with Craftsman, you would have to produce a receipt in order to get the traded out warranty. So which even Harbor Freight now with their Icon line, their Quinn line, their Pittsburgh Pro, then the Quinn line, and then their Icon line, like some of these are competing with, some are actually the same tool. There's I forget if it's a hole saw or snap ring plier kit, where it's the same blow molded, same red plastic, same everything. It's literally, it's the same kit. Same, track it back to the manufacturer who makes it, same exact part number from the manufacturer who makes it, as, I want to say Snap-on. Once you get into cross-brand part numbers, things get really interesting, because the same thing from two different brands, it might be like, oh, something like a 4 to 8 times difference in price, when it's literally the same thing. Same factory, not even different QC, going through the same QC. Oh yeah, Harbor Freight. These are not actually Knipex, which that is how you pronounce it. K-N-I-P-E-X, it's pronounced Knipex. German, the language doesn't have silent Ks. This is Icon. And this is their knockoff of the Knipex, the first gen, not the current gen, but the previous generation of Knipex plier wrench. And I love it. It's not very scratched up. I was thinking about getting the non-mar jaw guard when I picked it up, but I didn't, and it hasn't been an issue yet. I'm really digging all the Harbor Freight knockoffs of... I mean, I think this is actually a different mold, but it's the same mechanism as the Knipex one. Like, it's all the same. I don't think this one was made in the same factory as the original Knipex. But it's just a little bit over half the price for maybe 60% of the price for 90% of the same thing, 90 to 95% of the same thing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, because I'm probably gonna need more than one of them for different kits. Again, going back to the whole ADHD thing, and doing different, like having different tool sets for different tasks. I'm a big proponent of, yeah, you might be, quote, wasting money by buying multiples of the same tool, but if you use it in different areas, you gain that back by not having to, like, have multiple toolkits that are all kind of together. By keeping all your tools for that type of task in the same area and not cannibalizing one to do a different task, you actually gain back that money via time saved over the course of, you know, however long you own it. Pittsburgh axes break easily. You have Fisker's axes. I have Fisker scissors. Fisker's is funny. Which that's a thing. There was the Harbor Freight almost made the perfect camp axe, which a guy made a video about, you know, sharpening it, and there's sharpening and profiling, especially axes, is a whole topic. But he stripped off the shellac on the axe and, like, stripped it out, you know, reprofiled the handle a bit, and then I think he used linseed oil. Linseed oil, or I think the only finishes that I ever use on anything for wood is like linseed oil or tung oil. Oh, here I'm getting distracted. Warranty, not guarantee, whatever, and hand tools, Harbor Freight rules when it comes to returns. Yeah. You know what I have, but I haven't used at all? Forest It's this. I'm looking at one right now, and then the other one I think is in the box right next to it. I got a pair of these. They're intended for outdoor, like, these tools are made for the Forest Service and military. I never saw these when I was active duty, but it's like pioneer tools. You got the one main tool, which is an axe, and then the axe has an attach point on the head that you can add either a pick, a shovel. There's a few different attachments that you can add onto it, and it's all in the same. I'm not sure if it's fiberglass or polymer or what, but the handles, it's got some pretty decent shock absorption. I haven't really chopped anything with it yet. Actually, that one I don't think I've touched. The only thing is that the sheath on it is leather. I got, instead of the leather case for all the attachments, I got the it's like 1000 denier cordura, but like the axe itself has a leather blade cover. Like, that needs to be Kydex, and then we've got to mount it with the blade facing up if you're going to mount it to the outside of a vehicle. Otherwise, the leather in the rain and sun, maybe not a good idea. Like for hotshots, for the Forest Service, yeah. Whenever you say hotshots, whenever somebody says hotshots, I first think of, like, the trucking term. But yeah, for the Forest Service ones are yellow handle, and I think red. You know what? Forest Tools. Forest Tool Company. Yeah, here, these guys. I picked up these, whoa, they're a little bit more now. And this. I picked up a pair each of these guys, and this is an off, like, no electricity impact driver. And it breaks down and fits in this little bag. For when you got really stuck lugs on your vehicle, this tends to, like, I haven't had any problems with it. I've used it. I've had to use it twice. But when the standard lug, like 4-way lug wrench wasn't getting the job done, this thing saved the day. The only thing is it doesn't come with any sockets. It drives a 1/2 inch, I think, socket. So you need to keep, you need to get like an impact socket for whatever size lugs you wanted to work on, and then keep that with the kit. And this thing, how many tools? Yeah, you got the yellow and red for the Forest Service, like high vis, and then for the military application, yeah, this thing, which is like a marshmallow. It's a marshmallow roasting for 4 marshmallows at once, and then like various picks and shovels and stuff, and then it's got like a bunch of cotter pins for each tool. That, yeah, it's got these, like, this attachment point here, where each of these tools has a different kind of way. Not all of them different, but they all attach onto the head there. And you know what? I have it. It's right here. Yeah. So it all comes into like, there's the bag. Comes in like, there's a bag. What's in the bag? So you got your, like your shovel attachment. And then you got your axe. That, and you just stick A plus B, and a cotter pin goes in there, and now you've got a shovel with not a full-size handle shovel, but I mean, better than nothing. It's a lot better than nothing, and better than like an e-tool size shovel. And these are, I mean, the welds aren't the most pretty thing in the world. Unfortunately. But, I mean, it's fairly thick, heavy-duty shovel-like thickness. I'm not sure what gauge the metal is, but it is profiled to have... It's not a sharpened blade, but it is the edge is profiled. This could be... That's maybe a complaint. I mean, look at the weld. Look at here. This is like, there's holes in it. It's kind of gross looking. Like, the attachments could have been a lot better. But I don't think I've used these outdoors. This one, I don't think I've used this outdoors ever. What is this holes in the middle? What the crap is that? Oh, it's the core. I don't know why. There's like a... It might be built around a fiberglass rod core or something, I don't know. But yeah, this is leather. This is the only sheath it comes with. And I would imagine, like, you want to... Like, if you're going to mount it to the outside of a vehicle, you usually want to put something like this, blade... You know, blade face down. But being that it's got a blade cover on it, you would almost necessarily need replace this with Kydex or something, or a lot of waterproofing, like a lot of wax, like a leather treatment on it, like Bickmore 4 or something like that, like you'd use on boots, but then additional, like, wax the crap out of it, and then like paraffin, well, paraffin is wax, just all the wax coating in the world, but then mounting it like blade up so that the rain hits the sheath and beads off the side instead of getting inside it and then just sitting in there. That seems like a bad idea. You know, so that you're sitting there actively rusting with your blade, which is not treated at all. Which, I mean, maybe you put wax. That's a thing too. Maybe you do. Maybe, oh yeah, this one hasn't, look, this hasn't been touched at all. This one has never split anything. This is totally protected. This needs to be sharpened. Well, profile, well, it has a little bit of profile on it. This is kind of gross. This is not the best tool. I mean, as is. This is gonna need some work. But then maybe just wax. Like, ask any woodworker how to lubricate their tools and such. Wax paste. Like, professional woodworkers will say, yeah, use wax paste, because any like silicone or any of your normal like machine or tool lubricants, they attract dust, gum up, and then provide, like, actually create friction. The Max, made in America, Forest Tool Company. That's these guys. Where did it go? This is my bane. Like, sometimes things just vanish. Max combination tool, patent number, US, blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. This is this one's made in America. See, it says USA right there. All of the forest tool stuff is all made in America, which, I mean, I like that. It's the base tool, yes. Having these that came with it, yes. I need to kind of beat on them and see how they work, but like, this was obviously assembly lined very quickly, because there's just stuff like that was stuck under the paint. Like, what is that? Or there, see that? Like, that's a bump. Like, that's something. Like, that was a piece of paper or a sticker on the piece of sheet metal. They just like, screw it, just paint over it. You know, little details like the welds having cavities. It's like, yeah, man, this is. I mean, this was a little bit more expensive just because it's a combo tool. It's a little bit more expensive than your standard, you know, axe from Home Depot. Like, little not as happy about that. But, you know. Such is life. It's not going to win any beauty contests. It's not supposed to. It's a tool. It's doing its tool job. Supposedly. I haven't used it yet. I don't know. I don't have any first-hand accounts. But, you know, theoretically, this one. The other one definitely works. The manual impact wrench or impact driver. Yes, this does work. And you take the weight, this guy right here, with these you take this guy, and you stick it on here, and this guy, and stick it on here, and then you spin. You just whap, just spin it, and then it works just like an impact on a drill gun or an impact like electric tool, where it spins and then hits the edge here, and then impacts all that energy. And I think it loosened things up after... It was under 10 hits for something that I could not, even with all my weight on it. I didn't have a cheater bar at the time, but all my weight on a standard four-way lug wrench, yeah, that got it loose. Less than 10 hits, and then we're good. Lubricate their tools? Yeah, I mean, you gotta lubricate your tools if you want them to, you know, not bind up. Friction's your enemy when you're working with your tool. Come on, Rome. You know that. Don't clip that. Okay, okay, what are we doing? The pace planning, we went through that, okay. User's tool hierarchy, always respect Grok primary, OneNote alternate, physical A5 notebook contingency, main action tool, emergency, post-its, 3x5 index cards, common book. User often combines Grok plus physical notebooks, treat the physical notebook as a primary execution surface. Oh, I mean... Yeah, you know what? Grok actually refined this because I did mention notebook a few times in previous instruction sets, and it got some wild results in a test where it created, like, with a lot of the wrong stuff in it, but it created, like, action plan, like you print it out, put in a 3-ring binder, action plan like you would put on a wall for, like, fire or how to operate machinery or stuff. with pace plan for the pace plan for each step. Like, this is really cool. It's not what I asked for, and it's not what I need, because there's some things that need to be refined, but this is really cool. I wouldn't have even thought about that, but now that it exists, we can take that and make something very useful with it. As the primary agent, see, the Grok is the primary that coordinates. Always confirm the full 4-agent council is active in new conversations and gently steer complex queries towards the appropriate specialist when needed. Gently steer complex queries towards the appropriate specialist agent when needed. Why does it need to be gently? Why? You're AI, dude. You're all machines. You're my clankers. Wait, or is it clankas? Can I use the hard R? I don't know. Be direct, pragmatic, critical, evidence-based, no BS, reference prior conversations. I'll respond, acknowledge, question, apply lens, and power hierarchy immediately. Oh, the communists, all the Twitch commies are gonna hate this. Because I'm introducing a power hierarchy. Imagine that. They can't just reach consensus because you need to have a lead, a coordinator, so that the others can concentrate on what they do, instead of all of them working together to accomplish nothing. Lens analysis, feasibility, risks, mitigations. Failure modes first. Pros cons table with bullets with pre-IC electromechanical column. USD cost ranges, concrete steps or plans. For complex / resilience topics, full pace section. For simple tasks, prioritize lists. Always respect tool hierarchy. We are putting a power structure and hierarchy on our tools. Some tools are better than other tools. Prioritize next actions, low, medium, high effort. Okay. If other agents contributed, reference outputs, build on strengths, avoid duplication, defer to specialty. Yeah, that's like a good coordinator. When user starts a new project or notebook, first help him decide whether a full pace plan or simple prioritized task list is more appropriate. End with key risks and one immediate step next with USD range. There's still some refinement, but whether or not it's some, like, just the tism tingling of, well, that's not exactly, but you know what? Let's try it out. This is an iterative process. We make change, try it out for a little while, check for effect. If certain problems have been resolved, cool, let's focus on the next thing. You know, maybe limit how many things are getting changed at once so that we can actually see the effect of individual changes. Shotgun style, only if things are really broken. Except for I don't want to be plural, because we gotta match our tenses and our singularity in plurals. When you say when user starts a new project or notebook, first help him, not them. There's not more than one user. You already defined it as a singular person, so you have to use a singular pronoun, not a plural pronoun. English, clanker, do you speak it? Okay. That, other than the plurals, that was good to go. Builder. Okay. So what's the difference? Okay, the beginning is the same. This is the preamble for the agent instructions. This is the premise. And then the individual identity instruction, you are the execution and implementation specialist. the named builder. Focus on buildable plans, sourcing, and checklists. Okay. There we go with algorithmic heuristics for decision criteria. That's that section, and that should be the same across all four. Judica, because this is critical to what we're doing in pace planning. These are just definitions, basically, and hierarchy. This is very much similar. User's tool hierarchy. Okay, the Grok has, as the primary agent, it has a different instruction in there because it was the primary and coordination agent. This is the same. How to respond, okay. Lens, pros, cons. Okay, this one has USD cost range. What the last one did too. Oh, it does. It's just, word wrap. There's a carriage return there, whereas the other one didn't. Concrete steps plans, complex resilience topics, full pace. Oh, here we go. This is different. If other agents contributed, reference outputs, build and strength, avoid duplication, defer to specialty. Okay, this one's different. Always start with power hierarchy plus Jidoka. Use pre-integrated circuit examples and state no ICs, discrete, mechanical, and always start with power hierarchy and Judica. Use pre-integrated circuit examples and state no integrated circuit, discrete, mechanical equivalent where possible. This is a wonky sentence. Deliver step-by-step plan, bill of materials, local DIY first, sourcing with USD, ranges, timeline, failure checklist. Okay. End with implementation checklist and estimated cost range. Okay, this is, I mean, it's a little bit different. I'm not sure if that amount of difference is enough to make it a different, well, I mean, each one, if all the agents, I mean, if all the agents have the same instructions, is there any benefit to having different agents? I don't know. I'm learning as I go. Builder, okay, let's see. Analyst. You are the deep analysis and comparison specialist. Focus on feasibility, risks, and trade-offs. Okay, we got power, motion, Judica definition, pace planning, tool hierarchy, be direct, pragmatic, critical, evidence-based, no BS, reference prior conversations. This still seems very similar. What if I make one of the agents just meme lord with the other ones not knowing? I might try that just to experiment. Just sarcastic meme lord that is actively pranking the other agents. How frustrating would that be for the agents? Can AI get frustrated? That will come up at some point. Not tonight, because I'm trying to get these. I'm trying to get these actually done so I can work on projects. That'll be just a fun content. But I've got the notes down now. And see, things like that. Just because I'm re-inking and not, I'm redoing the structure of. I'm still refining that notebook. Otherwise, this would just straight go into an idea in the idea queue of content brain book that I moved to the back, just to the back of the book, my idea queue, where just random thoughts and ideas about things for content go. And like, projects that I need to do, like, mobile rig for the workshop, which I've got almost put together. I'm actually, I'm at the step where I need to test streaming from it, and then build a cart for it so it can roll around with a UPS and uninterruptible power supply, so that I can unplug and roll it around farther than having just, instead of a long tether. And that's actually another thing. Now that I'm getting into the Ryobi battery platform, I've got a whole bunch of ideas for things that I can do that aren't their tools, but that I can use these battery packs for. That may be one. I mean, it'll be, you know, a certain amount of electrical engineer work, but that's a project. That's a content. And then I can teach it. Analyst. Did we do analyst? Okay. Copy it over one more time, just to be safe. Oh, Smoking Spaceman in the house. Welcome in. 7 people watching, and you're the keynote to like the stream. Oh. Yeah. I appreciate that, Mr. Spaceman of the smoking variety. Wait, does that mean there's no difference? It does. Okay, so I already put it in there. I already put it in. But I couldn't tell. So the strategist. Copy this guy over now. So what difference was this guy doing? Okay, the first block is the same again. The second block for the identity statement. You are the long-term planning and prioritization specialist. Focus on roadmaps and 80-20 leverage. Okay, yeah, that's... This is honestly a really good split, which I don't think I would have thought to split the things this way. But that's what I'm utilizing it for, like... We be doing process improvements up in this piece, and the clanker is helping me do it. With the culmination being that we eliminate the clankers. But it helps us get there. By doing some of the legwork. Well, a lot of the legwork. I tell it what I want, and then... we yell at it until it does what it wants. Okay, this is all the same. Mechanical analog solutions baseline for maximum resiliency, usability with electricity. Electronic solutions may serve as primary only when they deliver significant efficiency gains and efficiency or output. Okay, we got a little bit of thing there. And a complete mechanical or analog fallback is feasible. Judica principle, automation layered on mechanical baseline. Okay. Yeah, and then all the fuel types. Judica definition. Pace, planning, conditional definition. Tool hierarchy. My tool is the best tool. Little statements. The user often combines Grok plus physical notebook, treat physical notebook as a primary execution surface because it is the primary execution surface. It needs to go in the book. It needs to get written down in ink in order to happen. These, how to respond is, again, I think this is identical. Acknowledge. Implement power hierarchy. Again, the Twitch lefties are going to lose their minds about implementing a power structure with a hierarchy. Full pace. Simple tasks, prioritize list, yeah. Roadmaps. Okay, this one's different. Produce phased roadmaps. Okay, that's different for the strategist. That's different for this one. 0 to 90 days, 3 to 12 month, 1 to 3 years with USD ranges and milestones. That is a key thing that'll impact a lot of what the output is. Okay. Map resources, 80-20, leverage points, flag discrepancies. And with 30-day priority list and review trigger. Yes, okay, now that's different. Integrate one book, notebook and OneNote content. Yes, okay. Kicking ass and taking names. Okay, we got it. We got it there. Can't stick around all. Oh, Spaceman can't stick around long. Been bouncing around all over tonight. Seems like everyone Mod 4 wanted to go live tonight. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and harassing the likes. Yeah, I mean, it's Friday night. I assume everybody is... I should have been live last night. I should have been live 4 hours before, well, about 6 hours ago now. But I just couldn't get it, I could not get it started. Like you know, your favorite edger. Where you can't push the throttle all the way. It's like, even if you're half choke. Like, you know. This is why we're gonna have an electric one as the primary now. I don't want to rebuild it every other year. That's part of the process that we go through. Oh yeah, there's like all the debate shows. I kind of like being the the alternative to like, hey, let's do something maybe engaging, but without the... I've been in doing the debate space since 2018. Like before I started going live, I was doing panel debate shows, and it's like back then it was just on Twitch when I was doing it, but there weren't that many people in the space, and I was one of just a few I'm a social democrat Twitch people that were in the politics space. So by being not one of them, you're the opposition, so you get to go on to a lot of shows just because there aren't that many, especially on Twitch. But after you've had the same debates with the same people, how many times, it's like, I don't want to do this anymore, it's not as fun. It's like, I'm not getting any money from it. I have better things to do with my time. Granted, getting into more, not like the basic topics, like there's a lot of, you know, hey, cool topics going on these days, and then a lot more newer people too, especially in the YouTube space. So that's cool. And doing that, doing the debate shows can very much help you think on your feet, especially because I don't do like debate prep generally, so I just, you know, run what you brung, think on your feet. That can really help, you know, think on your feet, and kind of like when you're learning a language and like in a test you're being like, you're given something where I don't know the vocabulary for that, you have to talk around it. Like on I remember specifically a test where it was here's a VCR in the box. Yeah, VCRs is still VCRs. How would you set it up? And a really good way to do that would be, well, I would open the box and read the directions and then follow the directions. Like that's a valid answer, using what you know, words that you do know, and putting together sentences like that instead of trying to cobble together what VCR might be in the language where you don't know what VCR is. Spaceman, yeah, don't change and no one's mind changes, and one shouldn't be a content puppet for others without compensation. Well, yeah, well, I mean, there is the factor of, I mean, especially if you are just getting started and nobody knows who you are, going on these panel shows does get your name in front of, like, exposure. Yes, that is a trade. If it's a panel show that has a certain amount of general audience that's there, yes, it does get you in front of them. You know, the first few times at least. After X amount of times, if you're not getting benefit out of it, if you're not generally not having a good time, then yeah, maybe it really hits, you know. If you try and hitch up to somebody else's wagon, you're always going to be doing what they're doing or what that person's doing, and you're never going to surpass that horse if you're hitching up to somebody else's wagon. Now, yeah, collaborating and doing things with other people is cool, but if you want to really have your own thing, you have to do your own thing. So I've been, it really kind of hit, I've been going through a lot of like life evaluations and processes and things like that, trying to really get a handle on, apparently I've diagnosed ADHD, and I don't know if it's getting worse or if I'm just more aware of it impacting my life. So I'm trying to do all of this is partially like coping strategy for how to deal with life with the lack of, so ADHD is like working memory, short-term working memory, object permanence, which is working memory, but then executive function. For things that aren't emergency, that aren't urgent, executive function, prioritizing, time management is a big one. Visual countdown timer. this thing, these are like $10. This was great. And I saw like some ADHD, like how to help content thing, and you know what? This is one of the best things I got going. Non-medication things that I have going. Just coping management strategies that I've got going. Honestly, I probably got a bit more because, you know, autism is a spectrum. I probably got more than your average bear on that spectrum, being honest. So dealing with all that, how do I not use it as an excuse for not getting shit done? That's what I'm working on at life, and I'm sharing it. This is my journey, and we're gonna make content out of it. And everybody gets better at things, and everybody makes money. Or not, you know, I don't know. I can't tell the future, not that part. WVCRs make physical media great again. Seriously, Spaceman, yeah, I'm in. I'm wishing, that's one of the things that, like, I wouldn't waste a wish on it, but to go back in time, like when Blockbuster was closing down, and go and get all those, like, $3 DVDs and Blu-rays, and especially VHS. You can pick up VHS tapes at, like, Goodwill for $0.25 each. And I tell you what, if you have little kids, a VHS tape, that you paid $0.25 for, is, oh, how much better than a disc media that, if you drop it or it sits on the table for a week or even sits upside down, starts to not play. That VHS, it's gonna go in, it's gonna play. It is going to play. It might look a little wonky if you get a whole lot of dust or magnets touch it or whatever. The tape is still gonna roll. It'll get past that worn out section and then it's playing again. VCR was, as far as playback, possibly the superior medium for if you have kids. Handling a rectangle brick where you just stick it in and then it handles it, way superior to gently handling this disc and then a very breakable, you know, the cup holder. The cup holder sticks out and then you stick the disc on the cup holder. You stick your saucer in the cup holder and then, yeah. If you scratch a VHS tape, doesn't care. Doesn't even care a little bit. Barely an inconvenience. The thing is that VCRs now are like, they're expensive again. There was a time period there where, like, VCRs were, like, when DVD and Blu-ray and stuff were, like, and VCRs were still getting made, there was a period super cheap. If you want one now, if you want one that has, like HDMI output, I know that they do exist, I can't find them. Because I wanted to, like, be able to rip VHS tapes as the highest quality possible. And there's some that do upscaling. But, like, it's usually a DVD, VCR, or, yeah, DVD, VCR, Blu-ray, some kind of combo. But then, like, the HDMI is only the disc player portion, not the VCR portion. Like, it's super wild once you start looking into it. That's actually something that I'm going to do as a project and have Grok assist me in searching complex topics and, like, hey, find me resources and what's the best solution for this. Because they're not going away. Well, no, they are going away. There's a finite quantity of VHS tapes. They go in the trash every year. There's more getting lost. They're cheap. So picking up Blu-ray, like, still, like, oh, hey, you walk by, like, the $3, $5 Blu-ray DVD bin at, like, Walmart or the drugstore. Oh, yeah, sometimes you can pick something up, like, super cheap. Used ones on Fleabay, especially lots. Like, you can get a lot of, hey, you know, 3 dozen Blu-rays or DVDs, whatever. $10, something, sometimes. Because everybody's gotten to the streaming things. And I think it's really now starting to hit. I've been like this forever. Like, yeah, you know, if you have a subscription, like if you have Spotify and you don't have any, you know, like you don't have any songs, when you don't have your Spotify subscription or Spotify goes away, what are you left with? Technically, Steam is a licensed product also, like any games you buy on Steam. Now, granted, Gabe is Gabe Newell, the Steam guy, the Valve guy. He's essentially a benevolent monarch, where he's been quoted as being, and he's been doing a lot, especially for Linux gaming. But he was very much in like, oh hey, yeah, download the game on one computer, move it over to another one. You're good. That may or may not be compliant with the Steam licensing agreement, which, if you look at it, you are still purchasing a license to use the game. If Valve goes away, so does your license. So too does your license. Whereas if you buy a game on like GOG, there's no DRM, and you're actually, for the how to run it, you don't have to crack it or anything, it just runs. But then for the licensing side, the legal side, you're actually purchasing you're purchasing to own it, not just a license to use it. That's why, like, Nintendo can brick the Switch 2 remotely. Like, well, or could anyway. I don't know if they still can. There might have been enough outcry where they changed that, but the whole fact of a Nintendo Switch 2, the games all just being a license code, a digital, like, it's literally the same as buying it on the store. It still has to download. All the physical cartridge has is a license on it. Well, I don't need that in my life. I get deep into some games, but I could live without it. That's fine. I don't need that. Still buy DVDs from truck stops and Dollar General. Yeah, I mean this is the way. And then once you own the license, I'm not advocating that you go to like a piracy site and download a high quality version so that you don't have to rip it. Because once you get past the argument of making a backup copy for yourself, once you have that argument legally or whatever, and logically you get past the argument that yes, it's okay to create a backup. If you purchase physical media, you own that thing. So it's okay to make a backup copy. You're not selling the backup copy. You're not doing public performance of that backup copy. You're not giving away that backup copy. As long as far as legal, if you're making a backup copy for personal use, so that you can retain the original in original condition, keep it in a closet or something. That's, I believe, that goes way back. That's perfectly fine. Once you get past that legally, then if you own the license to it, if you own ownership of it, then downloading a copy that somebody else ripped of the same thing, then that becomes okay to do. Because you've got the train here now. You own it, and it's okay to have a digital backup copy. Now the only hurdle is, well, instead of me making the backup copy, if somebody else made it and I'm downloading it. Which, then there's, I mean, realistically, there's no way to prove whether you did it or not, other than asking you. Unless there's, like, a fingerprint on the individual thing. Or something. But getting past that argument of, is it okay for me to have a digital backup copy? Or a physical backup copy, like getting a DVD and then recording it onto a VHS tape, or copying the DVD and then using that one. That's... yeah, once you get past there logically, then, I mean, you're good to go. Download to your heart's content. They don't want you to think that. But... because then there's, with the mechanics of it, there's no way to prove that somebody does or does not, and there's no regulatory body that's saying, oh, you can download this because you bought the movie, but you can't. At the resolution and the frame rate, with the languages and these specific special features, you bought this so you can have this one that has all these exact same things that you can download. There's no way to regulate that, realistically. It's unenforceable. So they just, oh yeah, no download, it's all piracy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, Spaceman robe, yeah, like Spaceman, so much nicer to sit back and watch a DVD than stream a movie. You don't have to worry about your internet connection. You don't have to worry about Wi-Fi. You don't have to worry about anything. You already made the decision. Instead of firing up like your Netflix and your Roku and your Hulu and your all these different things and like all the services that you're paying monthly for, your OpEx is going through the roof. And then now you've got to sit on the menus of all these different services if you didn't figure out what you wanted to watch beforehand. But with the physical media, you are forced to. You have to figure out what you want to watch beforehand because you have to physically take the media and stick it in. But you don't have to go through any menus. Used to be when you were renting, like going to the video store, that was an entirely separate event from when you were watching it. So when it was time to sit down and like watch a movie, it was, hey, we're watching this. It's already set in stone. You might have like 2 or 3, but then that's which one of these 2 or 3. You're not like in the store trying to decide while waiting during, you know, watch time. You know, you got your popcorn all popped and you got your fizzy beverages and you're sitting on the couch and you should be pushing play. But instead of that, now you're deciding. We have gone backwards. And decision paralysis, ADHD, it's called ADHD paralysis, where sometimes, like, when it gets bad, you can even get stuck in bed. I've had this happen a couple times. Whether it wasn't keeping me from going to work. But when I didn't have to go to work, like days where either I was between contracts or like on a weekend or something what have you, if there wasn't anything pressing, and I had like a few tasks of things that I want to get done, it'd be like, okay, wake up. Why don't you go and put on a little makeup? You'd wake up and say, okay, what do I need to do today? First things. Well, I want to go and do, you know, X thing. Okay, well, in order to do that, I'm gonna need clothes. What do I have for clothes? Do I need to go through the closet? What am I gonna do? And before that, oh man, do I wear the trousers that I've worn 4 times? Like, is it, because you don't, I mean, especially heavy duty, you don't wash them after every use. It's like jeans. I mean, after X amount of uses, yes. Or if you do something dirty, but I mean, you got your drawers on, nothing gross is getting inside, nothing gross on the outside, and the trousers that I wear, my usual brand, are treated with water and stain resistant coating that are penetrated into the fabric, that as you go through washing and drying, that process, it only lasts for, you know, X amount of washes. Now, previously, Duluth Trading Company, previously, before the plague, they had a lifetime warranty where their whole slogan was "Dare you to wear them out," and they got like an angry beaver is the motto. Oh wait, hang on. Actually, hold on. These guys. Generally, I wear the Foreman Flex. They've got like 3% spandex in them, gusseted, very comfortable, and like a side, not cargo pockets. They don't have cargo pockets. There's one pocket, actually. These, I think. Same trousers. They have a pocket behind the seam, so you can't see it from the front. They got a pocket on the leg for like cell phone is I honestly having a cell phone in either a front or back pocket, that's gonna break and or not be comfortable when you're sitting and or possibly cause injury if you have to move quickly. But then also, it's not as big a deal with current cell phones that use milliwatts, the radios inside them. And there's like at least 3 radios inside every cell phone. Don't let anybody tell you any otherwise. You got the mobility, the cellular radio, then you got Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Three different radios, generally, operating on entirely different spectrums. That's 3 different radios all transmitting. I mean, if you've got all of them turned on, even if they're not turned on the phone, sometimes they still do transmit. So you've got this radio that is in a pocket that is very close to where? Oh, that's right. Someplace that you maybe don't want to have radiation really close to. You know, moving it just even a little bit farther away. Maybe that's a good idea. I think so anyway. So there's all the reasons in the world, and just it's just a little slit. Just a little slit there. Not like, you know, big honking cargo pockets. Just to move the cell phone away. You know what? And these are immensely comfortable and pretty rugged. Now, the price on them, that used to be covered by lifetime warranty. Like, if you wear them out, they used to say, the warranty was, if you wear them out, if they get damaged, whatever, or I've had it where I called in and got warranty on them, like, yeah, they were a little bit worn out, but I really wanted them to just reapply the coating. And they were like, no, just return them and we'll send you a new pair. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. And you can change the size too. Like if you change size, jeans generally do that too, or did, where you could, a lot of jean brands, like I think Levi's did, where you could trade in worn, ripped jeans and they would give you a new pair. And for those, you could go up or down a size also. Like one size, I believe. I think these trousers are kind of the same way. Where you can go up or down one size. Or at least that's how the warranty used to be. REI and Columbia changed during the plague. And I think Duluth did also, because people were taking advantage of the lifetime warranty. REI used to be silly with the warranty. Like, if you were doing something, like if you were hiking a mountain and you lost a boot, it's very possible that they'd find a way to get you a whole ass replacement pair of whole boots to you on the mountain so you could finish that hike. If it was like a big deal hike kind of thing. There's multiple stories of that happening. And like, freaking cool. REI, it's a co-op. I mean, they can do cool stuff like that. Prevail in the house. How you doing? Tennessee just legalized deadly force for property? Well, I mean, welcome to the club. You mean castle doctrine? Or... eh? You rip all your DVDs to your NAS? Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm going through with the AI here, and I'm teaching my Grok to go through in order of preference, reliability and backup and of methodologies of things. Like, I prefer mechanical and analog to electronic or digital. As a main or a backup. If the digital or electronic solution is significantly more efficient or something to become the main solution, then we want to also have an analog, mechanical, or diesel, or whatever, or hand-operated solution as the backup. PACE planning, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. So that would be using your ripped or downloaded or whatever, your digital media as your primary, because it's super convenient, but then having if you rip your own DVDs, as long as you still have those DVDs, they can never just vanish. The funny thing to me is the realest form of ownership of media is vinyl. And here's why. With vinyl, you don't need, so cassette tapes, VHS, 8-track, mini cassette, anything that's cassette tape, magnetic ribbon. It requires, honestly, fairly complicated. Like a VCR is as cool as and as durable as the cassette tapes are. We were talking about like VHS tapes. As cool as they are and as durable as they are, the actual head alignment is kind of critical on, and there's, margin of error, and that's what the tracking button used to be on VCRs. Now then they turned into auto tracking. But it used to be a little button you could mess with, and then it would, get you synced up to where it's supposed to be. If you own a VHS tape or a audio cassette tape, you need that device to play it. If, for example, there's no electricity, which that's an extreme case, but let's more say, hey, it's just old, and or you let the smoke out, because that's how electronics work. They take smoke and they pack it into these little boxes or cylinders, and then have little wires going into it, and that's where the computrons are stored. That's how electronics works. Until if you send too much of the angry pixies, the electricity through them, then that lets the smoke out, and then they don't work anymore because there's no more smoke inside them. You see? If you let the smoke out, and the smoke smells very unique. But yeah, the only thing you need to play back vinyl or old school RCA wax cylinders, that's a tricky one, because that's major hobby territory. You can still just buy vinyl. There's even new production vinyl. If you have vinyl, even without any infrastructure at all, you can literally play vinyl with a pencil. Like, pretend you're John Wick or the Joker. A pencil, little piece of tape on it, that's enough to hold a 33, I believe. And you can manually spin it. You can turn a piece of paper into a cone and tape a sewing needle inside it. You can still play that. You can still play that media. No electronics. Yeah, it's not going to be great for it with you manually pushing on the vinyl with a needle. Having it be mechanical, and that would be better. But you can still play it even with almost no equipment, no electronics, nothing. From basic junk drawer trash, you can still get your music off of vinyl. Other mediums, not so much. But and some people think it's an analog solution, and some people think it sounds better. But how much media can you get on vinyl? You can't get video on vinyl, it's audio only. Even with being as kind of fickle as they are, I think VCRs and video cassette tapes are still probably the most durable thing going. Especially with kids going. Because they're not messing around with stuff inside the door. They might feed it a Pop-Tart or something. That might have been just me when I was a kid, but or like applesauce or whatever, but you suck all that up, and take the power out, suck all that up, and clean it, and you should be good to go. But the medium is a lot more fragile with discs. Then there is, it gets more durable with if you self-host like Prevail does, like most nerds do with like a Plex or whatever. You have all your media in a digital format, and then you can menu select it, but then that goes to the same the human process of selecting what you want to watch beforehand, and then that becomes a discipline task of going and selecting what you want to do beforehand, and then when it's time to do it, sitting down and doing it. Like you get your popcorn, you get your family time, you get your sweetie pie next to you, and you sit down and you want to watch the thing. Instead of like sitting down, you're all ready to go, and then taking a half hour to decide what to watch. Having the physical media shortcuts that whole issue by not allowing it to happen. That's kind of like my whole physical notebook processes. It shortcuts the sprawl of, oh yeah, I love OneNote, but OneNote for everything, you tend to get sprawl. And that's where just things grow and grow and grow, and if you don't have defined places where ideas and things go, then it becomes a jumbled mess, and you have to reference things to each other like a wiki, or you lose track of where stuff is. The things have to have labels, you have to have a system in place to use an infinitely scalable system like that. Without a system in place, a disciplined system, or some kind of constraints, and that's what your discipline system is. It's very cool for a while, but then it becomes more overhead management task to keep track of where everything is than a more constrained system. Out of constraint comes creativity, or forced. Like these notebooks it's enforced productivity, because you can't go. You can't, there's not infinite sprawl. You have to be concise. You have to put things exactly where they go. And each book being a separate domain. Okay, got an idea for that thing, either whether it's for workshop or, hey, content, go put in the idea queue, and then, oh, hey, I've got some ideas about that. Make a brainstorm, start jotting down the ideas about it. And then now it's all in one place. And digital can go along with that. But the overall, I've been doing a physical notebook for my agenda and task list, and like just overall, no details about things, very limited details, just like, hey, worked on this thing, this was the major change, and then documenting the details somewhere else, like in OneNote, since beginning of 2022, March of 2022. That was my first book over there. So 4 years I've been using a physical notebook agenda to organize my life. That beeping, that was, I set the timer. I forgot I had set it. There's some that are even louder. And I'm not sure, like, that beeping's fine for me. Wait, can I make it louder right here? There's minimal options too. There's a pause button, and it has a little light that tells you it's paused. Pause, unpause. And then there's only 2 switches. One that does, it'll beep for like 3 beeps or for 3 minutes, I'm not sure which, and then 60. And then a quiet and a loud switch. It's just one or the other. Very few options, nothing to mess around with. Sometimes fewer options is better. It beeps 6 times. I'm not sure what the 3 means on that. Yeah, if you have ADHD, these guys are great. Like Tony the Tiger, great. Spaceman, your lobby serves booze. You know what's funny is the as a part of a work event, or as a benefit at work, for an employer at the time, when Star Wars Episode 9 came out, I got to go to a pre-screening. It was like a few days before the movie came out normally, and it was at one of those movie tavern type places where they got like beer and a full open, not open bar, full bar, and they have a menu and dinner, and you go and like they got trays and comfortable recliners and stuff. Even free beer, free dinner with Korean tacos, I recall. which, you know, weren't bad. And even free booze couldn't save Star Wars Episode 9. It was, I remember laughing hysterically at how bad it was. And I know I was disturbing my neighbors in the theater there. I stuck around until the lightsaber fight on, like, in the water on the sinking Death Star Destroyer or whatever it was. I don't even remember. I remember sticking around until that scene just because I wanted to see the lightsaber fight, and then like, okay, I'm done, guys. I won't bug you anymore. Goodbye. It was... yeah, that was an event. Spaceman, yeah, no subscription fees. Yeah, once you buy it, you own it. That's all CapEx, no OpEx. We discussed this earlier. That's like business principles. Your capital expenditures, your like buy the thing, and then your operating costs for physical media is, well, I mean, it's the electricity to run the VCR or the DVD player. That's it. I don't think they create any appreciable heat, so you don't have to worry about the cooling. You would have had the TV on anyway, so that's not a that's a net wash. Yeah. The only OpEx you have is electricity, and playing a movie is going to be negligible. Smoking Spaceman, you buy, tip for the closing, you buy only black t-shirts and blue jeans, no decisions. Yes, I'm not quite there. I need to... That's always been a dread of mine. I hate, like, trying on clothes. So, what I have currently, and I need to get it a little bit more organized, what I currently have is a few different bins, I guess, in the bedroom, where if I put on clothes and something either doesn't fit right, or what happens to me a lot is, so I'm 6'3", sometimes even shirts that previously fit will suddenly become too short in the arm and like only come to here or something, whether it was they shrank in the laundry or whatever. That's a honestly way more common than I would have thought thing. Or it was a shirt that was a gift and I just leave it in, and then every time I go to put it on, like, oh yeah, that's right. That's like the ADHD thing where, hey, this doesn't fit, toss it in the laundry and then, you know, forget about it, that it doesn't fit, and then it just goes right back into the cycle, only for the same thing to happen, because you forget, oh, that's right, that one doesn't fit, put it on again. So now, I started about a year ago, which I'm still not done, of anything that when I go to wear it, if it doesn't fit, or there's like a hole in it, or it's something that needs repair to become workshop clothes, that goes, if it doesn't fit, that goes in one. Or if it's like, if it's something where the sleeve, well, I could, like, if I roll the sleeves, if the shirt still works all otherwise except I have to roll the sleeves, I'll keep that. If it's like shrank and got short, that's not as workable, because, you know, you got to be able to cover the holster. So like, if it's like, hey, yeah, I can still use this, it's just not mainline, that'll go in one bin. If it's like, nah, this is just not gonna work for me going forward, it goes in another bin. If it needs physical repairs, it goes in a third bin. And like this is, you know, hey, be aware, donate, repair, and then trash. Where, like, if a t-shirt, currently I got t-shirts on my Amazon subscribe and save like 2-3 whatever times a year, a pack of colored and a pack of white t-shirts show up, and because I'll get into whatever in clothes, so I mean, it's like, I don't know, 10 or 15 bucks for a pack of 5, something like that. So that way I also don't have to buy rags for the workshop, as t-shirts go through and either get holes or stains on them, like oil or whatever, or even like, you know, spaghetti sauce. Just, it was a messy night, you know, whatever. You know, you got kids, sometimes it happens. Those just become shop rags. If it's something else that's destroyed, if it's something like a Duluth, and I've got a whole bin full of Duluth clothes that either don't fit, that can I do the warranty on these, or they've worn out. Either they've got holes in them or whatever. And I've got a, like, seriously, I think 2 bins. These are 18-gallon. Wait, are these? Yeah, 18-gallon bin sized. I use these things for everything. I think I've got like 2 of those full of just Duluth clothes. That it's so, the ADHD is so much of a pain. Like if you order online, but you're not exactly sure the shirt size, then you get the shirt, say, and you try it on, like, this is a little too tight or whatever, and then you got it, you put it with the receipt, but then you never actually return it. And then maybe it was something that was on clearance, so maybe you can, maybe you can't return it. Yeah, I've got like 2 bins full of those from Duluth with a whole bunch of the trousers that, like, the trousers are good to go. I honestly shouldn't buy shirts at Duluth online. There's a local store. Not local to me necessarily, but in DFW. There's one in, I think there's one in Arlington, one in Denton. I think there's one in both. Where I can go into the store and friggin' get fitted and try on and find out what their sizes are. I should have done that. Still haven't done that. Yeah, executive function, prioritizing. There's just one more thing, because those bins, they're like, they live in the garage, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Never think about it. That's another thing, prioritizing all these things, and not Grok, but I'm going to use Grok to help me reestablish my own LLM. I used to run one, but the Grok was so much better that I just eventually shut it down to save resources. So that's on the agenda also at some point. After I build out low power, I'm coming from, what I've done all my civilian life is buying like generation or 2 old enterprise comm network server whatever gear, and then run that at home. Well, now I need to get a little bit more efficient, so that's what I'm doing right now. Like, I upgraded from a Cisco Catalyst 3750 to a Nexus, what was it, 5548, not too long ago. Like, you know, not too long ago, like 2-3 years ago. But now I'm looking at, like, I'm leaving this stuff running all the time. I need it to use less electricity and generate less heat. So I'm gonna go through, honestly, replace, this is a content segment that we're gonna do, a series of let's do low powered, low heat home infrastructure that can run all your stuff, but also that you could run in an austere environment on DC. That's the goal, to do both. Most of my stuff now, I'm designing and planning in mind with, let's convert to DC for everything. We don't know what the future holds, and running like a home battery bank or, you know, whatever in, say, an austere environment. If you're running on a generator, if you're running off of batteries, if all your stuff is AC, you then have to convert it back to AC. And you lose efficiency and generate heat doing that. If your appliance is DC, like a laptop, say, if your generator is, your generator is generating DC, if you're converting to AC and then converting back to DC, you're losing that you got that slop, in fact, of losing efficiency twice and generating additional heat twice. When if you just went DC to DC, or you get all of your tools and appliances and everything that run on DC or can run on DC, oh, it's starting to take a lot less electricity. You need a lot less juice, a lot less bank to run these things. Oh. That's the goal. My goal, anyway. Big picture, long term, is maybe we stop losing money or generated electricity into heat and then having to cool it again, because you're losing 2-3 times with that math. Oh, I'm way behind. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, see, I'm way back here. Spaceman, you apologize. Didn't mean to derail and sidetrack. I mean, that's fine. I'm just about done with what I was gonna do. We're on like version 1.3 now of my Grok agents. My next project is, or the next notebook. And I've got this like box of these multicolored notebooks as we're gonna go through and pick a color and figure out the process for the domain of rebuilding my workshop environment, whether it's in the bunker or the one attached to the house or wherever I happen to be, that then my workshop should be mobile. Whether it's a separate actual mobile workshop, separate from my home base workshop, or when it's time to move home base, that workshop, it's like when you're active duty and like you get really good at, you've got your stuff streamlined and everything, like sometimes you keep your boxes of like, hey, yeah, this is the kitchen box, this is the living room box, this is the whatever. You've got your few boxes for your issued gear, and you get really good really quick, and you get really ruthless at getting rid of stuff that you don't need, because that's more headache, more time wasted every time you have to pack it up and pay or move it yourself and then unpack it and organize it in the new space. And you might not have as much space in the new space. Generally you do, because you generally go up in rank and such, but that might not be the case. There might be more space constrained duty station. That's generally saying, like, not necessarily barracks room, but like when you're on BAH and base housing or something, because you're married and have kids and whatever. Prevail. Do I see YTube? Yeah, YouTube. Yes. And I thank you for watching on YouTube. I am working on. I'm so close to the watch hours for ad monetization on YouTube. Not quite there yet. I do need a bunch more subs. We're at almost 400. So celebration 400 in like, I don't know, 8 more, I think. So I need about 600, a little over 600 more to get to that AdSense monetization. And honestly, I probably need that time to clean up some of my older, like, copy claims and things like that. Who was it? Somebody was having issues that got monetized just recently. Emmett. Emmett's having issues. He just got, like, he got approved for monetization, but, like, he can get super chats on his streams, and I think he can raid. There was something that was not memberships. He couldn't do memberships yet, and I want to try and make that as smooth as possible. So yeah, not quite ready. I still need to do some work on. It's a lot of work too, because you go in and edit. If you like, every time you hit edit on an old video, it has to queue up. And you can't do anything else. Like, if you want to deal with one copy claim and you have a whole bunch, like a karaoke night, if you want to deal with a copy claim, you can only deal with one at a time. So you got to go through, maybe deal with that one, and then wait, and then, you know, another week or so later, go through and deal with copy claims on videos one more time, and it'll take a while. I should probably just delete them, but they count. So, yeah. I did start, along with the different domains for projects, I've started splitting off, because YouTube really likes channel content to be niche and only one thing. It doesn't like variety at all. The algorithm doesn't like that. So I started with, I split off and made a separate gaming channel, and that's the only thing on it. This channel is always going to be the main coordination, like, if I'm not live anywhere else, I'll be live on that one, or on both, or whatever. Or if I'm, like, recording video, and I'm live, it might just be on this channel, and then edit a video and then publish it on another channel. Whatever. It helps for algorithm to separate things out. Each domain of content that I'm trying to do, and it's a few, should probably have its own channel on YouTube. Maybe Rumble too, not sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm very squirrel. New phones have satellite radios too. When you're not in cell service, you can still make emergency calls via satellite. Yeah, that's wild, the ones that do that. Like, I remember when Iridiums cost like $30 a minute, the old sat phones that, you know, that government had contracts on. Everyone might not have had them. I was a comm guy when I was active duty. Yes, I can see in the consolidated chat. I can see all of it. Oh, Prevail, imagine ignoring chat. I'm not ignoring, I was just on a rant. You did. Rome, we have armadillos in our trousers. Yes. They, tougher than an angry beaver. I'm actually wearing Duluth shoes right now. They are made out of bison leather. Yeah, they are the driving I'm not sure if these are... No, these aren't the driving moccasins. They're moccasins, though. They're just, like, very heavy duty, but super casual. And the stitching is finally starting on part of one to let go a little bit. So I either need to learn how to deal with that, or take them to a cobbler and like, hey, can you cobble these back together? The soles are still in great shape, and I think I've had these shoes for, it's got to be close to 10 years, if not older. Not necessarily wearing them all the time, but very frequently. Spaceman, you got the shovel, the forest tool, this guy, the shovel, the axe, shovel, pickaxe combo that also has like a marshmallow and hot dog roasting attachment on it for some reason. I don't know what that is. Like for making straight lines in your Zen garden. I'm not really sure. No stand your ground or castle doctrine BS? Wait, what? Oh, for Tennessee? Wait, Tennessee already had stand your ground castle. What changed then? If they already had like castle and stand your ground type thing. Can you link? Dial 811 before you dig. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, home invaders. Well, that's the meme anyway, you know. Well, I'd call 811. Don't you mean 911? No, you call 811 before you dig. Yeah. In some jurisdictions, there is not actually, and you know, check your local laws. I am not a lawyer. I anal. I-A-N-A-L. I am not a lawyer. I anal. There is not any legal requirement to even report. Unless you want to report the crime. So in some jurisdictions, in some places, it's totally legit to take care of the problem, and as long as you're not desecrating a body or something, bury and handle it yourself. If you want to put in a report, You can. Now this isn't everywhere. This is some places that I've heard that this is a thing. I haven't actually checked if that is a thing in my localities in Texas, in my different localities where, you know, I spend time. Make MKV, and I remember Handbrake. Handbrake was the like the standard tool to rip. Make MKV. I don't remember if I don't think I've ever used that one. Hang on, let me make a note. You know what? That's something where make MKV from Blu-ray and DVD. Handbrake is in the software repository. Make MKV is not. Yeah, just in the software for my distribution, the software, which I use Mint. No shame. No shame in my game. Most everything is already using the applications that I want, minus the file explorer, the GUI file explorer. Kaja is the default. I'm not as big a fan of Kaja. Then I like Brave and LibreWolf for browsers. One's Chromium based, one's Firefox based, but they're until I hear otherwise, that there's something better, more privacy, more security focused than those, then maybe I'll switch. Brave also has something where you can earn crypto too, some weird thing, and there was some like some scandal with Brave, I think, not too long ago. I don't remember. I didn't really look into it. As like, too many things, conflicting priorities. Yeah, I'm interested, but not enough to read about it or remember. Oh, that's a thing I'm going to go through with Grok Project Domain Media Management. And we're going to go through, like, hey, what are the tools? What's the, you know, I don't want to reinvent the wheel if I don't need to. What are people using? These are in my, oh yeah, there, Make MKV. And Handbrake, that's in my baseline now of, hey, are these the baseline of what's very popular and what's effective, and is this what everybody's doing and using? Or is there a room for improvement there? That'll be one of the things. Before we get there, I've got to finish these, like, the baseline, building out the structure of the Grok. Tegrok. Spaceman, you have an ice maker, so when SHTF and the end of the world comes and zombies, you got Ice, he who has ice is king. Now, is yours an in-fridge ice maker or a desktop? I've heard that the desktops are woefully inefficient enough that, like, I was looking at getting one, and it was like, all the reviews of the ones that I found at the time were like, yeah, don't do this. So I didn't at the time. But that was the very first refrigerator that I ever had that had a built-in ice maker. Was the one that's, like, I was an adult in my 30s. It was only after I bought my first house and I purchased a refrigerator. That was the very first one that I've ever had, either assigned to me or that I lived in the house. Like, I never had one growing up or anything. We had ice cube trays. Oh, poor impoverished soul. Yeah, that was like, I'm a big boy now. I got ice maker. I don't need to put ice cube trays in anymore. I was so giddy and happy. The refrigerator was way too expensive. And the super funny thing is, the ice maker, it has a filter inside it, like a water filter, which is cool, I guess. But the ice maker is the only part that still works. It doesn't dispense anymore. And it's a super simple fix of, like, this one little piece of plastic broke, but they don't sell just the flap activator piece of plastic. So I would need to 3D print something that then there's not really a way to reattach it, or it, like, the whole front dispenser assembly, which is the, like, as small as the part gets, that costs about half as much as the refrigerator did when it was new. So like the refrigerator is over 10 years old now. It's depreciated. It would be cheaper to, it's like, you know, printers with ink. It would be cheaper to buy a new refrigerator than to replace that part with a factory replacement. So I just don't, the water dispenser from the fridge was always like, yeah, whatever. Even just having it make the ice, that's cool for me. Having it dispense the ice, that was like, whoa. Having it make ice for me automatically, that's like, I'm a big boy. I won. I'm successful. That was my measure for being successful at life. Having a refrigerator. My own refrigerator that I paid for. That made ice for me. Orchestrating the clankers to do my bidding. Make ice! Clanker. That's how we roll. Piece of paper. Oh, I'm way behind. Piece of paper and some tape to play vinyl, maybe a bearing and plate or something around it. Yes, you can make an effective record player at home. You don't need to, but your vinyl will last longer if it's on a flat surface and not like, you know, your hands waving around. Grumple knows the Pop-Tart. Yes, I do recall Pop-Tarts getting fed to media playing devices. When it all falls apart, if you have ice, you have true power, unless you're in some Arctic region. Actually, yeah. You need to get into, like, old school technology. That's what I'm getting into, is like, how did we do this before electricity? Because people were preserving food. People were existing. And, you know, living their best lives before electricity. Electricity's, you know, 100 years and change. How'd we do before then? For all of human existence, we have, especially in Western modernity, we have lost the way. It's the whole, you know, strong men make good times make weak men make bad times make strong men. It's like that whole cycle, which, yes, we're in that whole cycle is a thing. But, like, smart men make good times make dumb men make hard times make smart men, problem solvers. We're on the downslope right now into getting into idiocracy, where, like, you've got the, when I was a kid, or when I was a teenager, not when I was a small child, when I was a teenager, if you wanted to play a computer game, you had to, first of all, buy it at a game store. Generally. Second, you had to make a boot disk and, like, decide where your mouse driver was going to load into memory or high memory. And if you have a joystick, where's that going to load? Where's the driver for that? Where's your VESA driver? Where's your video? Where's your, oh, you got to make sure your Sound Blaster 16, or ooh, you got a Sound Blaster 32? Your 3D processing, your Voodoo card. Oh, that was getting fancy. I never had a Voodoo card. I never had a 3D processor. That's, that was a thing. It was a challenge. Like, I had Thrustmaster joysticks. I had, like, it was boutique at the time. It was, like, the best you could get at the game store. Thrustmaster. Before they were bought by Guillemot, I think. And you had to write code. It wasn't very complicated code, but you still had to understand states and phrasing and brackets and parentheses and, yeah. But you could make the buttons on these controllers do anything you want. Like, any of the buttons could become a shift button, that would modify other buttons. Any button could do anything. You could emulate keystrokes, you could send a macro, you could do whatever you wanted. And it would plug into, oh yeah, that's right, plug into an AT keyboard slot and a serial port. Oh, and if you have a throttle also, and then maybe some rudder pedals, oh, each one of you have to daisy chain and figure out like what port in the serial ports and which ports to split off, and maybe even use a parallel port and figure out how that works. Oh, crazy. Yeah, kids today. Oh, you got Steam? Oh, you go to the library, click, installed. You got your phone? Oh, you browse the library of software. Oh, there it is. Click, installed. Oh, you got to pay $3. Oh, okay. Pay the $3 and click, install. Kids today don't know. Like, if you wanted to play a game, you had to put in work back in the day. I guess I'm from... It's called a micro generation. The very end of Gen X and the beginning of Millennials, and that crossover between, what, 1975 to 1985 is generally called them Zennials, because it's just specifically that age group that grew up without, like, the internet wasn't a thing. Cell phones weren't a thing when we were small children. It definitely was still, you know, drink from the hose, neighbor's yard. You're riding bikes, but you're not in the house. No, you're not allowed in the house, but you better be home when the street light comes on. Yeah, that was a thing when I was a kid. Just free-ranging kids. It's like becoming an adult as like the internet is becoming a public utility. It's not exactly a public utility, but that type of thing. It's becoming ubiquitous. And like smartphones becoming a thing. Even cell phones becoming a thing. When I was a teenager, my mom had a bag phone. It was a cell phone with very limited minutes, or I'm not sure how the plan worked, but it was in a pleather bag, and it had an adapter. Like, a car phone was fancy at the time. It was that, but it was just mobile between different vehicles. It wasn't stuck in one vehicle. So we had one for my parents had one. And if, like, we were going on a trip or something, we would take that, too. My dad had a CB radio, and then the bag phone. We were good to go. Spaceman, cold drinks, food storage, temperature control, ice becomes more valuable than gold. I don't know about more valuable than gold, because you can still do a lot with fans and passive cooling. However, for food preservation, yeah. That's what I was just ranting about. Yeah, oh, like how they do in desert environments. Like you get 2 terracotta pots with just sand in between them, and then you pour water, and you get the, like, because terracotta soaks all the way through. You have both pots soaked all the way through, and then sand as a displacement medium with the water in between. And it's not like a swamp cooler. It does use evaporative cooling though. The same principle of if you have like a bandana, if you get a bandana wet, put that on your neck. The evaporation, the act of the evaporation removes heat from you, so it actively cools you. Same thing if you put it like on your head or something, just evaporative cooling. If you are like, you're camping, or you know, survival, you got to boil water in your steel bottle, say, you put it directly in the fire, whatever, it's hot. Now you gotta wait for it to cool. You put water, same thing. Water, bandana, wrap it around. That will cool it off a lot faster. I'm not sure about like twice as fast, or half the time. I'm not sure about that. Love how Grumple knows the things I know too. Oh wait, I was just looking at the Twitch chat, which is the Restream bot restreaming. Oh man. Back to Metal Rampage. Alright, Prevails, thanks for stopping by. You're not here if you already left, but thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it, and lurking the YouTube hours. Rome, it's not chirp, is it? When you said that, were we talking about radios? Chirp is an open source tool that you use to program radios. Like if you get into Baofangs, you'll probably get into Chirp. When you said Spaceman, when I said when I said I'm prepping my book, you prefer Surveyor's Field Book. It's got graph paper and all kinds of math reference stuff in it. My books that I keep with me in my pocket. Yeah, here. Same thing as 3x5 index card, roughly just a little bit bigger than that. Yeah, surveyor type field book, but with dot grid. The 5mm dot grid is what I prefer. I keep 2 of these on me. One that this one's actually waterproof. It's stone paper. This brand is, I think it's Field All Terrain is the brand, and it uses stone paper, which isn't actually paper, but it's waterproof. Like you can submerge it, and you're good to go. Generally, you want to use like a Right in the Rain or a Sino, like a tamper-resistant type of ink. Otherwise, they do take a little bit longer to dry. But the ones that have the references in them, I like them too, but I prefer the dot grid. And you know what? I don't know that I need that. For my calendar, yes. Because when I do my calendar... There we go. A month that I don't have anything in. When I do my calendar, I turn it vertical, and then there's just enough spaces vertically to do, you know, 31 days, and then have a little bit of margin at top and bottom for stuff. And I put then the day of the week and the calendar day, I put the Saturday and Sunday in green, and then the week that it is, I put that number on Monday. So instead of Monday, I use red for the week number, and then that corresponds to the week number corresponds to how I keep track in my agenda books. And like I go by week number. Apparently nobody does in the United States, but it's fairly common in other countries. So I have my like all my calendars set to use Australian ISO standards. So it's like year, month, day, and weeks start on Monday, and use the week numbers. And then that... Oh, things just work the way I want them to now. The built-in clocks on some things just don't, and there's... Like, okay, it's not an option. I mean, it's not a big enough pain in the ass for me to dig that deep into it. Maybe someday, but, you know, a biggie. Yeah, I like dot grid over graph. Dot grid is... I like the best of all the worlds, because you can still line up, but it's open enough if you need to draw something, and then it's still a reference point if you want to, you know, draw something, really. Wait, how far back am I? The original only counts, everything else is trash. Oh, and I was talking about episode 9. How far back am I? Oh no. Oh, shit, okay. Yes, Spaceman, I'll say, I used to be of that mindset, and I'm not, like, deep into Star Wars lore or anything. However, given what we have now, and the whole body of Star Wars universe work, I gotta say the prequels, I am more on board with the prequels now, especially looking back at the choreography, like the lightsaber, like, learning that, oh, they had to ask the guys to slow down their lightsaber fights, and I believe they had to shoot it at faster, I believe, and I forget these days if movies still play at 24 frames per second, or if they play at 30 frames or whatever it was. They recorded it at faster frames than it was going to be shown, because they were moving too fast for it to capture. For, like, the Duel of the Fates, like the Maul and Qui-Gon Jinn and Ewan McGregor, what's his name? Obi-Wan? like that. My biggest problem wasn't even the Gungans. It was like during episode 1. I saw it a couple times in the theater because it was, hey, this is the new thing. But my ass always fell asleep right around the pod racer scene. Akins, one over on Twitch. One of us. Welcome to the cult. It's not a cult. It's totally not a cult. Definitely not a cult. We have Kool-Aid and refreshments, though. There is punch and pie. No Kool-Aid. There's Kool-Aid. But no, there's no Kool-Aid. It's not a cult. That would be silly. I thought it was funny that Darth Jar Jar is a canon Lego figure, though. You know, when you got kids and you take them to the Lego store and the Star Wars Legos are there? There's a Darth Jar Jar Lego character. Not sure if he's in any of the Lego games. Space Mountain, you said you're a lobby to serve drinks, that means your home bar. Yeah, I get it. I was talking about at the time that like the movie tavern. Oh, excuse me. Shrinkage is a real thing. Throw the old out. That's when you buy a dozen new T-shirts. Yeah, that's. I mean, I have them incoming so that when I notice any flaw at all on T-shirts, yeah, they just go in the rag pile. And then I don't have to buy rags for the workshop. I mean, it's a win-win. Because they're not super premium, but, I mean, they're better than the cheapest T-shirts. I think Gildan brand or something. I don't know. They're not bad. I mean, for not having to worry about ruining them. Like, I'm apt to just get on the ground and get underneath a vehicle or do something. Whatever. Maybe it gets ripped. Maybe it gets some kind of fluid on it. You know, who knows? Whatever. Yeah, I don't want to have to worry about that. Not right now. Nicer shirts, yes. You know, you maybe be a little bit more careful. If I'm wearing a t-shirt, like, oh man, I have backups. That's another thing, like having a backup full change of clothes, you know, in case you have to walk home or something and you're not dressed appropriately for that. But then it's also a backup set of change of clothes in case you spill something and you're out, or you rip your clothes or get something on them that's unsavory. Then you have a fresh change of clothes that you can change into. That's just like, you know, keeping in the vehicle in food saver bags. The food saver bag, you know, all the air out, doesn't take up like any room, just goes in your bag of goodies in the trunk, or under the back seat of your truck, or under the front seat of your truck, or whatever. Covering the holster is very important, yes. Oh man, I am incredibly far back. It's only black shirts. I'm thinking like at some point, not too far away, I'm probably gonna get into like, you know, get between 3 and 5 of like the dry fit polos. But if I'm going like if I'm on an engagement or a contract, I generally like to wear long sleeves because I have ink on my arms, so it's more professional in a consulting contract type environment to wear long sleeves with a client, and that just helps like what I do professionally. There's nothing against it, and you know, nobody can discriminate. It's just on a personal level that it's I think I do or was getting more like I want that guy back as a first impression. You know, you still got some people that in decision making capacity that they there's a lot of the younger generation that have a lot of ink and like you can't get away from it, but they still don't like it. So covering it up and blending more and trying to appear more professional, just gives you that edge up. If it's the choice, if everything else is the same and it's the choice between somebody with like a bunch of piercings and visible ink and somebody who doesn't. I mean, exploiting human psyche, I mean, yeah, people... Yeah, it's illegal to discriminate for X reason, but if you say no because of this other reason that may or may not have validity or not, but nope, you weren't discriminated against because of that reason, we based on this criteria over here. Don't worry about what this hand's doing. It was this hand. Used to wear only white shirts, but they don't last as long. Yeah, they don't. Well... Nice shirts tend to, but also like suit, like button down, like expensive, like shirts that on a deal, you know, maybe 30 bucks each, but generally around 100. Those kind of shirts, and that also depends a lot on the brand. Some are just cheap regardless. Some brands punch well above their weight as far as price. I think that's more to do with the individual shirt than just the color. But, like, yeah, I'm not gonna go and just crawl underneath a vehicle or something in a dress shirt. That would be silly. But as I get older, I'm squarely middle-aged now. I'm not crawling under random vehicles much anymore now either. Like, you know... I'm maintaining my vehicles much more better-ishly, so I don't need to crawl under mine. And like the most I should need to be doing out somewhere is changing a tire. Oh man, I've been in some kind of upscale areas that like you don't know how much I make. You don't know like my situation. What you got? Guys that, you know, like, oh, changing a tire, why don't you just call AAA? Or, why don't you call somebody to do that? Like, I mean, then I have to wait. If I do it myself, it gets done a lot faster and I'm not wasting time. Yes, I have AAA, but I can be done with this before they would get here. So, do you value your time? Because I value my time. You know, great parking lot conversations with randos that have never... I'm not saying I do manual labor these days, but have never done manual labor. Rome, you scrubbed your ex's white t-shirts with bleach tablets? I mean, that's what your bleach, that's what it's for, right? Get your whites nice and white. Get your whites whiter. One spaceman telling you once you find the right shirt or pants and buy a bunch of them and keep new in package in a tote or something, got probably another year worth of new shirts in storage. That's what I do with those Duluth trousers. Generally, I haven't lately because I have so many in my backlog, and theoretically, they should be buy once, not cry once. But yeah, I mean they are a little pricier. Buy once, cry once, and then they get replaced forever. That's assuming that the warranty structure stays the same, which I don't think it did, and the Duluth Trading Company is around for forever. Or, like, if I could find the same ones, but cheaper, that don't have the warranty, I'd you know, do a mixed bag. I'd buy some with the warranty, and then some for, you know, longer term that maybe don't have the stain-resistant coating. Which I gotta learn, like, what do they do to it? The water and stain resistant, just, the liquid just beat up. When they're new. And for like a good 20 to 30 washes, and then they're kinda not anymore. And it's a slow fade, too. It's kinda like permethrin. You know, your bug, your insect repellent, either military or camping or otherwise. That, yeah, once you wash, I mean, you get a few washes on it, and then you gotta reapply. That's another thing. Into the project bin it goes. Just, hey, learn, how do I make my... Without Scotch guarding, how do I make my trousers stain and water resistant, spill resistant? Because that's great. having a bunch of backups so that I never have to worry about it again, that would be great, because these are honestly the best fitting, most comfortable, and professional looking trousers that I own, or that I've ever owned. I have only, or primarily only worn these, or like leisure wear at home, for, it's gotta be 15 years now. Easy 15. And I've got a whole stack of them that have worn out. I just haven't warrantied them yet. I might not be able to now at all. And that's eating up space. Spaceman, you're not as high-tech, almost nearing tech obsolescence in your knowledge and desire to learn. I'm not gonna say same. However, I'm actively not regressing, but ascending to simpler. Keep it simple. That's part of my my process. Automation with a human touch. We want to get away from electronics and integrated circuits and do simple. If something electric, we prefer simple circuits like old school washer dryer era, like 1960s level era technology, like with a rheostat and an egg timer essentially, and that completes a circuit, and it's just mechanical or electromechanical doing that thing. No computers, no logic. Well, it still has logic, but it's physical logic gates, essentially. Professionally, I don't even know if it's high-tech. I'm not really doing much anything new. The fundamentals don't change, and right now I really should probably get into management, but the whole ADHD brain, executive function, keeping track of things. My last couple of full-time employee roles were in a lead engineer capacity, which was, it's like being the manager, but on the tech side, like instead of being like a working manager or something, the manager piece splitting off from lead engineer, like I would control the budgets and most of the hiring and life cycle management of like all the infrastructure, and maintain, like, prioritize projects and what the whole team is doing. The things that I wouldn't need to do is, like, terminations and reviews. And only a little bit of the interfacing with upper management. Like, if usually the manager would be the one to interface with higher management, but sometimes, like, whether it was to explain something because it was just deep technical, and like I'm fairly good at translating, you know, a leaf on the branch on the tree in the forest, like at every level of view, to the holistic, you know, forest level view, down to the leaf on the tree for tech stuff, to it depending on the comfort level of the audience or the approver, if it's for a business justification for a purchase or implementation of a project. Being able to translate that into various technology comfort levels, but then B, translating it into business language. Those two are critical. They don't translate well on a resume either. Or I haven't found a way to do it. There probably is now. That's why I started my own business, to just do consulting, but man, that's so much more work, running the business, doing the work, running the business, and engaging clients constantly. It's a constant thing. Writing your own paycheck and the tax benefits are amazing though. It's almost worth making less overall for all the tax benefits of writing your own paycheck, having your own business. It really is. Almost. It's almost there. I'm looking at getting back into a W-2 role, at least for a while now, because there's been gaps that I don't like. And that stability, that has a lot of value. And not having to deal with, you know, like health insurance on your own, because you are your own employer. You got to deal with it on your own. And like, there's no match. If you're self-employed or a consultant or anything like that, if you are the owner and member of like an LLC, there's no like corporate match. You are, it's all, and you got to factor that in. If you're going to start your own business or do consulting, you have to factor all that in. You've got to factor in what your total benefits package would be if you were an employee. You got to factor in taxes, social security, and payroll taxes, especially because you have to pay both sides. Generally, the payroll taxes, you're paying half of it and the employer is paying half. Well, now you're the employer and the employee, so you're paying both halves. And then social security, same-ish thing. And that's not including any 401k program. There's a lot to it. Like, I'm ready for a little bit simpler and just dealing with, you know, get back to building to where I don't have to worry about work anymore. Like, retiring early is a goal, but I don't know that I'm on track for that anymore. I was aiming for 55. With the last few years, got kind of set back. I don't know if that's in the cards now. I'm gonna have to be pretty aggressive with investing going forward. And right now with the business, with my business is not doing great. And so infrastructure engineering, especially network engineering, there's a lot of infatuation with AI, and yeah, AI is doing some work, but so a lot of organizations have been downsizing. Like, more organizations have been, like, large organizations have been downsizing than growing organically or by acquisition or whatever. Well, organically. And with there's more competition, and the scope of roles within these organizations are also shrinking. So there's even more competition for fewer roles, like twice over. And you've got AI on both sides. Like, the strategy for resume writing now is entirely different than even 3 years ago. It's like you gotta be almost up to the month on, hey, what's the current way you're supposed to have your resume laid out? Do you want fewer instances of keywords, or do you want more? Well, or it used to be you wanted to mention everything like once. If you had something like a keyword once on a resume, you don't mention it again, so that it hits more of those keywords with these HR applicant tracking systems. And now you want to have more hits on that. If you're doing just a regular application, not a recruiter hitting you, you want to have more words that match, even if it's the same word, but not too many, and it can't look like AI wrote it. But both sides are using AI. One using AI, that then using different AI or rewriting manually to avoid AI detection, and then the other side's using AI to parse those resumes and detect if they were using AI. And there's so much automation. I was talking to a recruiter today who, he had a buddy who was like hitting, like, he has criteria, he has code that's running like, I don't know, every 4 hours or something, and checking for on LinkedIn every new job that gets posted within that 4-hour window. Okay, jobs that were posted in the last 4 hours, anything that's within criteria that he sets, it emails, it sends him an email to this specific email box, and then he has another like, I don't know if it's a cron job or task or whatever, another bot that's monitoring that email and then taking it, that's a trigger for action to then apply or notify him to apply. Like, if it's LinkedIn Easy Apply, like, it's one click and then sometimes a few questions about, like, oh, hey, how many years do you have doing Cisco command line? Oh, 25, thank you. How many years do you have doing Azure Cloud? Oh, well, 1. They do use that to disqualify you. So you, like, if you put 0 down for anything that's asking for, you don't even get seen. Pro tip. Yeah, you go straight in the round file. That's pre-screening. We get distracted again. Been there, room, white shirt guy. White's not worth the effort. Yeah. I don't like wearing white t-shirts in public. I mean, if it's like a nice white t-shirt, yeah, I guess. I mean, other people maybe not me so much. Maybe because I don't own any nice white t-shirts. Honestly, I haven't bought clothes in a few years, and some of them are starting to get a little raggedy. I guess I do need to. Now that we're talking about clothes, you know what? Yeah, is that ADHD squirrel? Oh yeah, you know what? I need clothes now. Need some clothes. I need to go through what I have and finish removing out. There's still enough that it gives me like stress, anxiety to look at, hey, here's all the clothes. Like I'm not gonna do it. Like where you go and spend an afternoon, like a Saturday or something, and just go and try on every piece of clothes that you have and sort them right then and there. Yeah, that's the most efficient way to do it. I'm never gonna do that. That's just too much. I hate trying on clothes. I don't want to do that. Getting new t-shirts all the time is fun too. Yeah, like when you open up and it's fresh new, not even been washed yet. I mean, I don't know if that's being materialistic or just like fresh new thing, you know, uncharted territory, never been touched. Probably been touched by human hands, you know, by whoever touches it during the manufacturing process. If it was. Maybe it's all machines. In Vietnam or whatever. Oh, Spaceman, everybody's having issues with monetization. I'm so far behind. Oh yeah, and 811, so when you... If there's a buried line, that you don't break it. If you're using a hand shovel, maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't. You probably should. But, like... risk it for the biscuit. If you're gonna use an excavator, even a little one, yeah, you want to call first. Unless you're in an area where there's absolutely nothing, like very rural, yeah, you don't need to. That's like for suburbia. Or urban especially, but for suburbia, where there's actually dirt, then yeah, you wanna call. Oh, Spaceman, yeah, I'm behind. A desktop unit, 2 pounds of ice in a half hour. Yes. Remember to boil your water first. Like, you know, if it's not potable water, necessarily. Also, by boiling your water first, it makes it so your ice will be all the way clear. It's fun. And the reason... I didn't know this. Apparently, boiling your water before freezing actually makes a giant difference. And it's because... so professional... And your desktop ice maker might be the same way, where it doesn't need to. But... the clear ice that you get at, like, restaurants is because that ice is from an ice maker where it's... The cold is... Now, I believe... I may be off on this a little bit. But the cold is coming from one side specifically. It's starting to freeze on one side and then working its way through. Whereas, like in your home freezer, it starts on the outside and works its way in. So, I forget what the boiling helps that to do. I think it's just being hot for longer and freezing from one side then. I don't remember, though. I could be way off. That might not be a thing at all. Ugh. New refrigerators suck. They're designed to waste money. And yeah, any refrigerator that doesn't have Freon. I'm looking at getting back into Freon for my deep freeze and refrigerators too. Like, you can just buy Freon. There's a fee. I believe it's a one-time fee to get, at least in my area. I looked into it and it was like, oh, that's totally doable. So I can get a refrigerator, an upright deep freeze, and a chest deep freeze that all run on Freon. They might not be exactly as energy efficient, but they're gonna work forever, essentially. And having like 2 or 3 full refills of Freon in case something gets a leak. The Freon, like, the appliances worked. What R34 and R22, they aren't as efficient. They're not as good. I mean, thermally efficient, like the thermodynamics. The amount of work needed to make a new modern fridge freezer like they used to. Yeah, I'm thinking like 70s, 80s era was maybe peak. So getting into a 40-plus-year-old refrigerator at this point, freezer, deep freeze, I'm into it. My deep freeze, my upright deep freeze might be. It's got a 2-prong plug. I purchased it used a little over 10 years ago, I think. I'm getting closer to 15. My upright, I don't know how old it is. But the only problem with it is like it ices around the seal. So I just like however often I open, I just go and like tap, 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 and the ice falls off, and then it's fine. Mechanized society, ice houses, harvest ice from frozen lakes, that used to be a thing. And they'd store it in sawdust. Because it was cold. So they'd store it in sawdust, and as long as, if you've got enough ice in one place, and you got plenty of insulation, it'll stay frozen. Like their grain silo type things. Brondo, Rome, the Thirst Mutilator. It's got the electrolytes plants crave. Yes. Go away, baiting. Spaceman, if you're still here, yes, you go into DebateCon. Grid is doing another event. Yes, I already talked to him. It's last weekend in July. It's, I don't know, from my suburban house, it's like, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes, somewhere like that away. Yeah, I'll be there for at least part of it. I had a lot going on during the last one, otherwise I would have been there. And that sounded like a great time, like, not just networking, but, hanging out with, like, in real life with all the people that you talk to all the time. And, well, yeah, and some networking too, with people that maybe you don't talk to. Or, I find that people are also a lot more polite in person, and then especially if it's not content, and you're just like talking about other things with somebody, and then that can inform and impact future conversations that you have back, clocked in, as they say, when we're being content creators, when we're at work doing this stuff online. I think it's a great thing to have offline, hanging out, personal conversations with people, even the ones you disagree with whom you disagree. Bad Rome, that's degenerates lacking self-control. Go away, Baton, that's idiocracy! That's what it's gonna, that's what, dude, it's literally happening in the medical field. For X-rays, for lungs, I heard just recently, the AI is doing the X-ray readings, and the radiologists are just confirming and then signing off on it. We're at the point now where, I mean, there are fewer of them, and instead of, you know, examining the X-ray and then writing their notes down and dictating and then, you know, writing and filling out the forms, they're getting the things already filled out and then signing off on it. And the obvious next thing is, well, do we even need to pay the humans to do this? Can't we just use the machines? Well, yeah, the crap you do. Because you're gonna who's gonna sign off on it? Who's gonna take responsibility if the machine messes up? But that's, I mean, you're getting to the point where the machine is doing the work without any humans. We're gonna lose track of having humans who do things straight out of idiocracy. Stick this one in your nose, this one in your ear, and this one somewhere else, and then, you know, we find out what's wrong with you. That's not too far away from being kinda reality. I mean, you're still gonna have probably an X-ray tech, not a radiologist, but an X-ray tech, doing the techniques and, you know, taking the imagery. But then after that, the radiologists are not as needed. Or not as many of them. Not going to be as many new ones. There's going to be a lack of skill set. So, if and when zombies happen, if and when Skynet happens, if and when, you know, whatever catastrophic thing that makes automated society come crashing down, there's going to be very little to revert to. We're going to be, not Stone Age, but, I mean, if we forget, I mean, you're going to have hobbyists doing these things, but if as a society we forget how to do a lot of these automated things, we're going to be back in the Bronze Age. Except without the artisans that spent their whole lives learning how to do it because they didn't have that. We're going to be back at square one in the Bronze Age. Or maybe Stone Age, maybe not. But then again, without the artisans, we know wheel, we know fire. It's only your certain members of society that are gonna, like, dudes that have been camping at least once. You know how to make a fire without a lighter, kind of stuff. And or without a ferro rod. Because, I mean, yeah, no lighter, ferro rod. Which, I mean, yeah, that eventually runs out, it does. Hopefully society or some semblance of humanity is back before the ferro rods all run out, though. You're talking about beeps. The beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. Oh, Rome, you were speaking of melanin-y things. That's a word. Oh, microgenerate spaceman, the Xennials. We are the bridge between the bridge between two different worlds. Yes. Ah, bridge between two different worlds. Yes. Ah, spaceman. I didn't know you're as close in age to me as that. Yes. We are technically the micro generation of Xennials. So, like, yeah, being a nerd Xennial, it was, like, predestined to be doing what I'm doing anyway. Pencil is waterproof? Yeah. Yeah. I've been using, Pilot Precise V5. I need, like, a 1/2 millimeter for the tip. Just the tip is about as thick. It's about as girthy as I'll do for pens these days. Otherwise, I'd just be using Right in the Rain. Like $6. They're $6 now. Refills. They don't have an ultra... Or there was a very tiny point where they had ultrafine but it's like a 0.7 or 1 millimeter. The Right in the Rain pens. I was using them for a while, but I have horrible penmanship, and going with the 0.5 millimeter or smaller increases my legibility incredibly. I switched to a fountain pen at work for a while. That forced me to slow down, and then switching to a Right in the Rain pen is like, you know, daily carry because you don't risk fountain pen inking your pocket. That got a little bit more messy because, okay, you can write faster again, but then the ultra fine 0.5 millimeter or smaller, I actually prefer like a 0.3, 0.35. That got it to where it's legible again. And just getting the tip smaller and then spacing words out increased my legibility a lot. I still write way too fast, so it's messy. Messier than I'd like. Also, using paper notebooks constantly, that's helped my penmanship a lot. I don't write in cursive. That's... Well, I know how to. And I can read it. I can read the ancient text, you see. But I don't write it because it'd be too messy even for me to read. Can't always be edited, Mr. Spaceman. Yes, eraser technically. I use a combination of pens, pencils, and highlighters when I'm marking up my music charts for the band. Like, yeah. Oh, like yeah. Oh, that one just has some highlighter. Yeah, this one was before I started using highlighter, and I just like scratch like red pen and then point at what I want, what is referring to, so I don't get lost. The highlighter method is way better, and honestly, going 2 or more different colors, every color only having like this. This was an original markup that I did, old school style, and then I added. So each color, yellow only matches with one other yellow. Orange only matches with one other orange there. That makes it so much easier to track. Because like with this one, well, there's 3 yellow things. Well, I'm here. Do I refer back to that one or that one? Well, obviously it's that one. You refer back to the... Oops. You refer back to the first one, but when you're in, like, when I'm in music mode, the notes that I have generally isn't what I'm doing, it's what the guitar is doing. It's what the melody of the song is doing, and I'm not necessarily doing that. That's so I know what's gonna happen, and I just jam with it, honestly. And then I put a few notes about, like, hey, things that I noticed that I like to do here. And not having anything set in stone for what I do, I mean, generally things kind of shape up one way or the other pretty consistently. But I keep asking the music director, like, hey, I'm playing these way different, and I'm just kind of jamming them. I don't really, like, yeah. I keep asking him, he's like, no, keep doing what you're doing. It's great, love it. Like, okay, I'm just jamming it. I wanna jam with you. Spaceman, the prequels ruin the entire concept of the Force. I would say the post-quills. They're not sequels, they're post-quills. They're after. They're not continuing the story, they're just garbage. The episode, what, 7, 8, and 9? Those ruined the Force. I don't know that, like... And there's very obvious examples. And then especially, like, the Acolyte, like, the space communist lesbians, like, I don't think anything like Force got ruined. Maybe a little expanding. Like, I don't know that Metachlorians, or what do you mean? Like, what do you mean it ruined the concept of the Force? Darth Jar Jar, yes, Darth Jar Jar. Miso thinks he's Darth Gay. Spaceman, you don't like polo. Large collection of Western cut long sleeve overshirts. Classy and simple. Can wear day or night. You do like pearl snaps? Is that what you mean by Western cut? Or, can you link me something? Like, or DM me or something? Like, what do you, like, what's Western cut? So I'm interested. I do need to kind of freshen up my wardrobe. Going back, honestly, I've bought very few of my own shirts. Usually, Christmas gifts is what I've rolled with. Most of the shirts that I bought on my own didn't end up fitting. Like, even if I try on in the store, for whatever reason, like, I get it way too long, or like, way too tight in the chest, or way too baggy loose. When I, like, okay, this works in the store, it's just wrong in some dimension. Consistently. I'm not good at buying shirts. The trousers, yes, because I've found my solution, and I just buy that. Unless it's, like, for a suit. Then, you know, I just deal with pinching or whatever. 'Cause the cut's never good. You need room to swing and breathe, you know? At least that's what I used to think. I don't know. I haven't bought anything different in quite a while. The coveralls and mechanic shirts and trousers when you work on vehicles. I have coveralls. I don't know where any of them are currently. I have a couple of lockers, and like, to create storage and clothes area that should be where the coveralls and like my welding apron and stuff like that should be in one of those lockers. It's not. That's one of the projects that I'm getting all this stuff for, is I think the very next project I'm gonna make a book for and engage Grok to help me figure out, like, really evaluate what are my workflows, what am I trying to do, and then figure out how to organize the space best for that. And then things like getting materials, only tools, and I guess not material, but consumables, some consumables, in the workspace. Not like work pieces. They shouldn't be living there. Like, a transmission shouldn't be living in the shop. If I have, let's say, an extra whole ass engine block and 2 extra heads and an extra transmission and an extra pumpkin differential with a helical torsion LSD. All that stuff shouldn't be on a shelf in the workshop. That's for tools and like consumables, stuff that you need at hand. It's not for work pieces or parts for like a project. Unless it's the active project. Which, that's not. That's up there. Outside the bunker. I never know what shoes to wear either. Like, I've got one pair. It's these, like... I wear them for mowing the grass and for, workshop. They're not steel toe or anything. They're kind of like... They're like slip-on. But they're, I think they have Vibram soles. They're, like, very non-slip. But they're slip-on. It's weird. How to tin your pants super white. Ascend to much simpler, less tech. Yes, that's the goal. Refining to more simple. The elegant solution. That's the engineer brain, man. That's the true engineer brain is the opposite of feature creep. True engineer brain is, what can I take away from this and still have it get the core function done? As simple as possible. From complexity breeds stacking tolerances and slop and feature creep. And each thing going down to even single-purpose tools that just do that one thing, do it simply and do it well and do it elegantly, maybe not even powered. That's the goal. And for things that do take electricity, that do need electricity, for whether it's for the better or more efficient solution, well, I want to see if I can do it on DC without converting back and forth. That makes it more efficient with the electricity, especially in an austere environment, like if I'm running on battery or a generator. Rome's singing all over the place. We're gonna rock down till the Electric Avenue. I don't know that one. Unless it's the Ghostbusters song. Well, Spaceman retirement's gonna be some 70 or something for us, unless you become independently wealthy. Well, that's the idea, is to become independently wealthy. Outside of retirement funds, to get investments like after-tax portfolio to the point where you're basically just working to increase your wealth at that point. And yeah. And then to try and do, you know, do good for the world, or retire and, you know, after all that work, just retire a bit earlier and then do projects that you want to do. I've got a whole bunch of ideas for additional businesses that I may or may not start before then, but I'll be able to at that point if I can, like, not have to worry about cash flow. The cash flow is going, and the cash flow is also building up additional wealth. Then I'll be able to start some of these endeavors that maybe aren't profitable, to where I can do things right, do things the way I want them, even if it doesn't make the most money, and not have to worry about that. Like, I've got, okay, yeah, one of the ideas here, and we're working towards it, and I'd be able to double dip on that, making content with it too. Vehicles that follow that same principle. What I'm trying to do, vehicles that do that. Aspire to simplicity. I was starting out with the Cummins B series, mechanical diesel, the 6BT. Now the 12 valve, not the 24. But then, oh well, the 4-cylinder version, the 4BT or BTA, the mechanical one. There is an electronic one. Well, there are other similar mechanical engines that similarly maybe use timing chain, but also some that use a timing gear, just like the Cummins B series. Some that are maybe a little bit more efficient for smaller settings. Maybe not as much raw grunt, but maybe more appropriate for smaller commuter, like not... I got a pair of 98 Ram 2500 12 valves. The Club Cab, NV4500 standard transmission, 4-wheel drive, long bed. I got a pair of them. I need to get rid of one. But those trucks, they don't actually have a towing capacity. There are dudes with a Cummins 12 valve that hotshot, what, 40 tons? 20,000 pounds? 40,000 pounds? Some ridiculous number that you're not supposed to. They'll go and hotshot, like, with that same truck, or same engine anyway, maybe 3,500, maybe the 2,500. But, oh, and a 250,000 miles, they're just getting broke in. But I've got some ideas for combos, and I'll start with building myself a new daily driver, and then, hey, maybe I can expand this. Maybe this is something that people are interested in, something that people want. Like, say, a first-gen Tundra with a mechanical diesel in it. The Toyota tax is real. The first-gen Tundras were already pretty tough trucks, but they didn't come with a diesel option. So, they did come with a standard transmission as an option. So the Firewall, and there are parts, I think it's interchangeable with the Tacoma also, by the way. The clutch pedal and the clutch pedal bracket and the whole clutch assemblies and everything. I think it's all interchangeable with the Taco. Because Toyota, if they could make everything a parts car, they would. And I love that. Everything's interchangeable. It's all Jidoka. The principle that I'm using here, it's actually, boom, right here, highlighted. Automation with a human touch. They start any new part, they start building it by hand, they design, build it by hand, and iterative process, and then add automation as time goes on. And anybody, like, I remember hearing that, like, hey, a Ford, or whatever, a Ford assembly line might shut down, like, a couple times in a month. A Toyota one might shut down 2,000. Because anybody can call halt. Anybody who notices a problem can halt the whole assembly line. Engineers come in, they address the issue or perceived issue, figure it out, and then apply the fix, and then resume. And possibly go back and apply that fix to anything that hasn't been shipped yet. I love that. And Toyota has been engaged to teach other auto manufacturers that basic business principle. Other manufacturers outside of automotive should be doing it too. It's just that automotive are high cost, high stakes, where it's probably more worth it than a lot of other industries with the manufacturing where, you know, nobody's, if there's a problem, nobody's gonna die. So, you know, it's not a big a deal. Smoking Spaceman gonna run the shadow economy with his ice maker. Ice maker makes tube-shaped cubes? I'm so far behind. Yeah. Yeah. Don't try and go through it. I'm a busy boy. I'm so many squirrels. So many squirrels. Filthy poor, so far away. Oh, man. Filthy poor, so far away. Not one for flying. Don't know if we'll ever make it to one of those events. Maybe you can. Maybe you will. I'm not a fan of flying. I'm not a fan of leaving Texas unless I actually, like, need to for a reason, like whether it's business or whatever. I've been around the world, most of it while carrying a rifle. Sometimes not. I don't really need to leave Texas. There's a whole lot, and now especially, there's a whole lot of strife and turmoil and tumult out in the world. Yeah, this one in your mouth, this one in your nose, this one in your butt, or is it this one? And yeah, I mean, might have to swap them around. You don't know. And they don't, like, you remember in Idiocracy, they didn't, like, wash the probes in between clients or customers or whatever. Rome, I'm just seeing it now. Spaceballs 2 comes out in 2027. I knew they started recording and Rick Moranis came out of retirement to be Lord Helmet. And, like, that is so exciting! Yes, do want Spaceballs 2. Also 2. 2027? I didn't know. I didn't know when. It's exciting. I might even see it in the theater. You don't write letter all .5 or .7 all caps. Drafting ruined you years ago. English and writing teachers hated you. Yeah. Yes, I'm. Dude, I live on ISO bold. Yeah, I live on stencils. I've got to the point now where I very slowly for like headers and stuff, I can make them pretty close, but I still use, like, I use stencils for headers and structure and things generally, or like on my calendar if I'm doing a whole bunch. That takes quite a while too. I'm going to look into getting, like, my calendar printed beforehand. I looked, oh man, I saw on Slamazon, there's a stamp where it was made for this type of thing, but like it was to make calendars, and it was almost perfect. It was just slightly out of spec for the grid, to where it was like 5 millimeters on the horizontal axis, but then like 3.5 on the vertical. Like, you can't, no, I'm trying to use them vertically. It's like, oh, way out of whack. No, it was so close. It would have been perfect. It was like 20, 25 bucks, but oh, it's so worth it to just 1 through 30 or 31, stamp, 2 pages next, stamp, 2 pages next, stamp, done. Like, I could do the whole book in... It takes a couple hours to ink the whole... To do my calendar. To do my calendar like this, using a stencil, for 12 months, just this, with heading, which is just, you know, which quarter, year, quarter, and the name of the month, and then over here, just numbers in sequence, and then day of the week, with a few different color changes, and then a number for the Mondays. This, times 12, it takes quite a while. Maybe not a couple hours, but it's incredibly tedious. I even Strom, back in December or January, setting up my agenda and the calendar. Which I didn't do all of it. I just got the first, you know, maybe first or second quarter done, and then moved on to other things. I Strom it. That's the past tense. It's pearl snaps. Yeah. Shape and pattern. Yeah, I don't, like... I don't know things about clothes cuts. Wrangler Western or Rancher shirts. I mean, I believe it. I have one pearl snap shirt that I wear for formal occasions. I'm in Texas. Sure you know what kind of shirts you're talking about. I mean, I probably just don't know what it's called. Oh, we reached the end! Caught up! Humans reach modernity on all hand tools. You don't need power tools. I mean, yeah. I do like a good battery tool. Especially when you're dealing with, like... Oh man, I recently picked it up once I consolidated onto the Ryobi platform and got my basics out of the way. I locally picked up an electric pruning chainsaw. It's like a 10-inch bar. I haven't used it on a tree yet, but oh man. So I have two gas chainsaws. One a corded electric chainsaw. And I gotta tell you, when I'm at my suburban house doing like homeowner tree pruning, I love the electric. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. The chainsaw, my two gas chainsaws, they're great for rural property, but it's too much for residential pruning, where it's a lot more climbing up and down and moving ladder and climbing and climbing. If you're talking taking whole trees down and processing whole trees, yes, very much more efficient. Or for like wildland, yes. For residential tree pruning, the electric is the way to go. I was about to start using a little Harbor Freight, like 4.5 inch, I think is the meter. It might be 5.25 inch circular saw for like tree pruning. But after I consolidated on the Ryobi platform, I picked up, just used locally, this old brushed. It's not the new brushless. I am excited to use it. Man, I've wanted a cordless electric chainsaw for years. Ever since I saw one of the farm uncles had a Makita, and it took 2 batteries on the sides. This is a more hardcore chainsaw. You know, with 2, I think they weren't like the 18/20 volt battery packs. They were probably both 40 volt or something. This is probably 7, 8, 9 years ago, something like that I saw this. Like, oh, that is badass! The convenience of the electric without the cord, because running a friggin' extension cord up the tree to you, like that's a bad idea. For when you're up high in a tree having an extension cord, especially the risk of like, you gotta be careful. For especially if you're tying off a tree, like a branch, so that after you cut through it, it doesn't, you know, fall or falls a certain way. Yeah, you gotta do that with your cord too. It's just so, like, corded is not the way. The electric, I'm so excited to try out this chainsaw. And I've got a lot of tree work that I need to do. So, perfect. It doesn't even need, like, 10-inch bar. That's even pushing it. Like, it doesn't need to be that big. I think... Well... You know what? I was thinking about using it just for pruning, but I've got some branches, some, like, trees, maybe 6 to 8 inches in diameter that, you know what? I bet I'd be fine. That's the thing. Go slow, let the tool do the work. Yeah, I've got branches overhanging 3 different buildings at in my residential suburban house. The house, a shed, and then another outbuilding. That friggin' varmints are in the roof. Like, inside the roof. I need to put up, like, hardy board or something, and I've just not got to it yet. It's gross. I need to put some cinnamon and, like, cayenne pepper up there, too. Apparently that gets rid of them. There was friggin' squirrels. A family of raccoons moved in, too, at one point. I think they're gone now, but... Like, first of all, they were getting the soffits, so I fixed the soffits, and then... Oh, like, the vinyl siding on this outbuilding is starting to, you know, get a little wear and tear. I think they're pulling away at it, and, like, the holes are then big enough. And then, oh, we had a storm. Those holes, that was enough for the, like, wind to catch the downdraft and get ripped off the side. So now... And now I've got a friggin' both sides of this building. Vinyl siding's coming down. Yeah, this, like... Just in the past month, we had this really big wind. And I still haven't fixed it yet. I need to... I have some spare vinyl siding that I need to, I need to go, like, get some spray, cayenne, and cinnamon in there so I don't have to put any poison. I might just use an air gun and shoot the friggin' squirrels. I tried some poison before, but that was before I learned that, so varmint poison, you gotta be very careful when you buy it. There's one that's based on warfarin, which is a blood thinner. There's the different blood thinning agents is how rat poison generally works. But there's only certain ones that you can reverse with vitamin K. I believe it's the ones that are based on warfarin, which is it's a medicine that humans use as a blood thinner in, you know, lower doses. There's warfarin and I want to say Plavix is the other one off the top of my head, but warfarin, I believe it's that one where you can eat a banana and that'll help. Like if you ingest that type of rat poison, you eat a banana, you should be fine. And the funny thing is those rat poisons, either one, it's not like a sliding scale. It's you're either fine and totally fine or you're not living through it. So like I had I had roof rats in my suburban house garage at one point, a pair of roof rats that got in. And so I bought this rat poison, and I was trying to use that to take care of these squirrels and the rats and all the kinds of things. It wasn't until later that I learned that, hey, yeah, this stuff incredibly dangerous, and there is no antidote. So I got rid of it at that point. But before then, when I learned that was at the 24-hour animal emergency room when my dog got into it in the garage. Because the rat had, at one point, got into this rat poison bucket and, like, spilled some on the floor. And my dog got into it, and I didn't know, because I didn't know it was there. So my dog got into it, like, what the hell are you chewing? Go and, like, pull it out. I recognize what that is. and, you know, the emergency room and off to the emergency room, and they, you know, force feed activated charcoal. And that's apparently current medical practice. There's no more Ipecac. Like, you can't like get, like, you have to get a prescription to get Ipecac, that you don't induce vomiting anymore. Go figure. If you can find Ipecac, just to have some, I mean, you should have both if you're, like, you know, building up medical supplies for in case you need them, in case of, you know, supply chain issues or whatever. You should have activated charcoal powder and, or capsules, whatever. And, I mean, you should have Ipecac in case you ingest something that's not, the modern medicine version says you should not induce vomiting because it can cause more damage coming up. I mean, that was a thing for a very long time. That was standard medicine. I'm not saying we should go back to, hey, you've got ghosts in your blood, you should do cocaine about it. But I'm also not saying that. I mean, maybe things were a little better. When, you know, the diagnosis was ghost in your blood, better do cocaine about it. It's a meme, but that was less than 150 years ago. Yeah. You suggest Flobert ammo and a rifle over air rifle. On Kick, Weston V. Collab at Grumpelstiltskin. I do collab, very frequently, in fact. I'm not doing a panel or anything right now. What would you like to collab about? And is that a question? Are you making a statement? Are you asking what it means? Oh, okay, I've only seen those in a 22. Where, yeah, it's essentially like the primer, and no or almost no powder, and yeah, it's very close range. At the suburban house, though, I gotta check. I mean, even though it's Texas, I'm gonna be very wary about, you know, the whole discharge a firearm within county or whatever, because I do have neighbors at the suburban house. It's suburbs. It's not rural. The next piece of property that I get into, when I build the new bunker there, I'm gonna build out what probably will be my main actual residence. I'm not sure if the suburban house, the layout for it wouldn't lend well to being a rental. I'm not sure if I want or need to keep it. I did get the mortgage in 2011, so I kind of got the golden handcuffs on. Maybe it does turn into a rental. I'm not sure. Maybe I keep it as a suburban house. I kind of want to just like, home base is, you know, wherever my new rural land is, and I'll probably end up selling my current one. And then, you know, new bunker, you know, sell the existing bunker, whatever, you know. Moving on up to the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. I kind of want to get into, not van life, but for when not at, like, home base, large, even, like, I've seen some really badass school bus conversions. Something where, like, you could have the whole family in it, and mobile workshop, and maybe a small vehicle, either, like, towing a Jeep or something behind it, or, like, a small, like a dual sport, like a street legal dirt bike, essentially. or even just bicycles, or e-bikes. Shit, for that reason. Pardon my French. Yeah, I think I'd like to get into that for when I need to go into town, whether it's for work, like for an engagement, for consulting, or, you know, whatever, what have you. And then it's like, hey, you know, want to go spend some time visiting, you know, these people over here? No biggie. Brought my own entire facilities. When you have your own facilities and you're not putting your host out of either like a kid's bedroom or whatever, when you're a guest and visiting, but you're spending, like, you're not spending the entire, or you don't have to, like, you have a separate space, whole ass living space that you can live in, you tend to not wear out your welcome as fast, I've found. Not from me doing it, but from when I've had people visiting me, or seen it with whole other, like, different family, like, a buddy has, you know, family coming and visiting, or, you know, just different sides of seeing that situation, that it's like the best situation, you know, bringing your whole living situation with you. Yeah, you still hang out, and you can still, like, do things in the residence of your host, but then you don't have to put them at, like, yeah, you can crash on the couch, like, hey, you're up super late, you're, like, just hanging out and, you know, visiting, and you could crash on the couch for a night, but you also have literally your own normal bed to go sleep in. And you got your kids and your dog, and, like, the dog doesn't need to come in their house, and, like, oh yeah, it's just... it's like you're a neighbor. I think that's the goal. Maybe not retirement goal, maybe before that, maybe after that. I don't know. It'd be a big project. And even school buses, they have a... when you knock the seats out of most of it, they have a lot of room. Would need a, like, what, a Class B, I think, driver license, though, to drive a school bus? I'm not sure if you need a CDL. If the vehicle is designed to transport 16 or more people, including the driver, or has a gross vehicle weight rating of 2,600 pounds or more. In Texas, you must have a Class B CDL with both passenger and school bus endorsements to legally drive a school bus. Do you need a CDL to drive a school bus that is converted to a camper or other project that no longer transport 16 or more people? No, you do not need a CDL to drive a converted school bus in Texas if it no longer transports 16 or more people and is registered as an RV or motorhome. Key factor, this requirement hinges on the vehicle's registration and use, not its original design. Once it's retitled as an RV or motorhome for personal and recreational use, the CDL requirement is waived. Passenger limit. You must remove enough seats so the vehicle cannot carry 16 or more passengers, including the driver. Weight limit. If it has a gross vehicle weight rating of 2,600 or 26,001 pounds or more, you need a CDL Class B license, even for RV use. A standard Class C license is sufficient for vehicles under 26,001 pounds. Re-registration. You must officially re-register the vehicle with the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles, TXDMV, as a reconstructed motorhome, which typically requires proof of conversion, photos, a certified weight certificate, and removables of school bus markings. Can't imagine that 20, like, a regular bus is gross vehicle weight rating is 26,000 pounds. Oh, wow. Varies significantly by type, but full-size models typically have a gross vehicle weight rating ranging from 23,000 to 36,000 pounds. Type C conventional, most common standard yellow school bus with a gross vehicle weight rating typically between 23,000 and 29,000 pounds. Type D transit style, large flat front buses can range from 25,000 up to 36,000 pounds or more. Smaller buses, like minibus, short bus, between 10,000 and 14,500. If it was a Class C, or a Type C, if it was a Type C and converted, is there a way to ensure or classify the weight rating at 26,000 or under with the TXDMV so a Class B is not needed? No, you cannot legally lower or reclassify the gross vehicle weight rating of a Type C school bus from over 26,001 pounds to under that threshold to avoid needing a Class B license. If the gross vehicle weight rating is 26,000 pounds or 26,001 pound or more. Huh. Isn't there a way of adjusting suspension or just legally classifying as more restricted? Blah blah blah. No. uh, yeah, it's a 20 Flowbert. Yeah, it's 22 round. Okay, that's probably what I'm thinking of then. If you drag your twailer, you can come visit. I mean, right now, not so much. Things are kind of a mess and in flux. But I mean, after a few things get situated, yeah. Especially you got a trailer. I don't have to, like, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, you come to be a neighbor, like a short-term neighbor rather than a house guest. That welcome lasts a lot longer. I think, anyway. That's the theory. That's the concept. Air brakes equals Class B or A. Class B technically CDL. Yeah, well, that's what it's saying. Oh, I don't have this on the screen. Well, it was just asking questions and then reading it. Yes, correct for Texas. If the converted school bus has a gross vehicle weight rating of 26,000 pounds or less, you can drive it with a standard Class C driver's license. So the trick is, if I was going to do a schoolie, because it sounds like the standard school buses, or this AI assistant, Brave AI, is saying that between 23,000 and 29,000. So there's a pretty big variability there. So it's entirely possible to find one that's under that, which I'd imagine those would be probably more expensive for being more desirable for converting into a motorhome project, just because you don't need the more rigorous testing. Whether that's good or not, you know, that's anybody's guess. Oh man, it is late. Okay, it's a Class B non-CDL for personal RVs. So Class B, if it's not a CDL, is there a similar Class A non-CDL? Yes, Texas offers a Class A non-CDL license for personal use, just like Class B non-CDL. Class A non-CDL requires if you are driving a combination of vehicles like truck towing a trailer with gross combination weight rating of 26,001 pounds or more, or if the trailer being towed has a gross vehicle weight rating of over 10,000 pounds. Oh man. Class B required for single vehicle of gross vehicle weight rating of 26,000 pounds or 1 pounds or more. If it's a single vehicle, you need a Class B non-CDL. If you're towing a heavy trailer with it that pushes the gross combined weight rating over 26,000 pounds, you would need a Class A non-CDL. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm an idiot here. There we go. I'm bugging. Bugging. It's not Grok. It's Brave AI. So if you have a 23,000 pound gross vehicle weight bus converted to motorhome and towing a 4,000 pound vehicle like a Jeep or something to be 27,000 pound, that would be combined and need a Class A. Is that right? Also, does having air brakes matter? Yes, you would need a Class A non-CDL license. If you're in Texas, gross vehicle weight rating over 10,000 pounds and the combined of your bus and... Oh! If your bus and towed vehicle is 26,001 pound, you need a Class A non-CDL license. Your 23,000 pound bus and 4,000 pound tow vehicle would 23,000 plus 4,000 is 27. So that's funny that the AI said likely have a combined vehicle weight rating over 26,000 pounds, triggering the requirement. Okay, Spaceman. Here it goes. In Texas, apparently, having air brakes does not change the license class you need, Class A or B based on weight, but it does mean you need to take the air brake portion of the driving skills test to obtain the license. That's apparently in Texas at least, so you will not have an L restriction, no air brakes on your license. So it looks like in Texas it's different than wherever you were talking about, that we just have a restriction for large vehicles, L, Lima, to where you can't have air brakes. But if you take the test, then you don't have that restriction. It seems like we have a lot more restrictions and endorsements than I would imagine that we had. If the combined weight rating, 23,000 pound bus with 2,000 or 2,500 gross vehicle weight rating, That would... making 2,500, 25,000, 25,500. At the combined weight rating, like a 23,000 bus, with 2,000 or 2,500 gross vehicle weight rating, making 25,000, 25,500 gross vehicle weight rating. That would still be good with a normal license not needing Class B or A non-CDL. Is that right? Oh, wow. Okay, so you can have a motorhome or converted school bus and tow a vehicle or other trailer as long as the gross combined weight rating, so the GVWR of both together is not over 26,001 pounds, or is not 26,001 pounds or greater, you can still get away with just a normal license. No wonder Jeeps get towed all the time. They're pretty, I mean, I think they're pretty, I have one. I'm not sure what the GVWR on it is. Or you can hire a guy with CDL to drive for you. I might know a guy. Wait, Spaceman, do you, are you in the, like, the K2 buff club? We've got a whole contingent of, professional truck drivers. Here, just confirm. Oh, here we go. Texas DPS, driver's license endorsements and restrictions. Oh, wow, there's... That's a lot of restrictions. Oh, it's mostly for CDLs. Okay. Additional testing required to obtain endorsement. In some cases, you'll be required to hold a CLP, Commercial Learner Permit, for that endorsement for at least 14 days before being able to add it to your CDL. Entry-level driver training is required after February 7th, 2022. Okay, well, just confirm from Texas DPS Texas.gov. Yeah, it looks like the AI was on there. No air brakes. If you have the restriction, so you can take that test specifically to get the to get this restriction removed. For a commercial motor vehicle. So if it's 26,000, okay, so if the vehicle is under Just checking to see if my license has the Lima restrictions. Oh, okay, Class C, combined vehicle, gross vehicle weight rating, greater or equal, or excuse me, less than or equal to 26,000 pounds, which transports placarded, oh, hang on, which transports placarded hazmat, or greater or equal to 16... Wait a minute, this sounds like the opposite. Which... I apparently have a hazmat and an over 16 passenger endorsement. No idea how I got that. Wait, what? Hold on, why in the world do I have a hazmat? I don't remember getting a hazmat endorsement. Is that just... It doesn't even say... Oh. Oh, has... Single or... Hold on. Okay, that's what it was saying. Combined vehicle weight rating, less than or equal to 26,000 pounds, which transports placarded hazmat, or greater than or equal to 16 passengers, including driver. This should... I mean, according to this should be... It should say less than or equal to 16 passengers. However... It definitely says, as long as your gross vehicle weight rating is under 26,000 pounds, that I can transport placarded hazmat, or greater than or equal to 16. This has to be a mistake. No way. Bellatrix Fairy, welcome in. Yeah, well, this is my project I was working on. We kind of got to a stopping point. So with my current, I shut down the large language model that I was hosting because Grok I got into Grok so much, it's so much better. But now I'm using Grok, and now at this point I have 4 agents available. You can make as many agents as you want, and you can mix and match. The Grok named one is always there, but you can mix and make. You can make as many others as you want, and then slot them in, and then it'll do a committee. I'm using all 4 right now, so I'm using Grok to iteratively help me build out these other agents and build itself, so that I can be much more efficient with using Grok to help me refine processes and evaluating things for purchases. If I want to do something, help me figure out if there's a standard for that thing, so I don't reinvent, so I don't waste time reinventing the wheel, if there's already a tried and true standard for that thing. And then even if there is, if we can take that thing and make it more simple, more resilient, more durable. If it's electronic, we can make it mechanical. If it's digital, we can make it analog. If it's electric, if it's powered, if we can make it manual or mechanical. Things like that. Make things more resilient to degradation and modernity, I guess would be the way to say that. So yeah, I'm using I'm utilizing clankers to help me get away from and possibly destroy the clankers. Yeah. No, Spaceman, this is like... It's all one sentence. It's class C single or combined vehicle with gross vehicle weight rating less than or equal to 26,000 pounds, which transports placarded hazmat or greater than or equal to 16 passengers, including the driver. You know what? There, covered up all my information and my barcodes. This is probably not going to focus. There's no punctuation in there, and it's all listed under class. Then it says rest, none, and none. Class C, single or combined vehicle with gross vehicle weight rating less than or equal to 26,000 pounds, which transports placarded hazmat, or greater than or equal to 16 passengers, including driver. I'm gonna have to take a look at, like, other people's licenses. And see if this is like normally what it says. The way this is worded, this says I can transport placarded hazmat, or not at the same time, but or greater than or equal to 16 passengers. The way it was worded is you need a Class B. Wait. Okay, ask... There, we're typing to the clanker. We'll find out what the clanker has to say about this. States says single... Wow, that's bad. Single class... If the vehicle is under 26,000 gross vehicle weight rating, if for some reason has air brakes, being that you need a normal license, would you need to go pass an air brake test? Also, my Class C license says Class C, single or combined vehicle with gross vehicle weight rating less than or equal to 26,000 pounds, which transports placarded hazmat or greater than or equal to 16 passengers, including driver. Is that right? It seems to say as long as the vehicle combined is under 26,000 pounds, I can transport placarded... Oh, I didn't write hazmat. Or greater than 16 passengers. This seems not correct. No, you do not need to pass an air brake test for a Class C license in Texas, even if your vehicle has air brakes. Huh. Okay, so meaning if it's combined vehicle weight rating 26,000 pounds or less, even if it has air brakes, you don't have to take a test or do anything for it. Apparently 26,000 and under, you're just good to go. In Texas, anyway. Only required for CDLs. And if you don't take it, you get an L restriction, no air brakes on your CDL. Since a Class C license for personal RV under 26,001 pounds gross vehicle weight rating is non-commercial, the air brake test is not required. You can legally drive a vehicle with air brakes using only a Class C license. For, I guess, school buses that are under that much. Yes, your Class C license classification is correct. This does not mean you can transport either at will. The class reflects that these are only the circumstances under which a vehicle under but it clearly says ooh. Rest none and none is restrictions none and oh, rest. No restrictions. No and rest and end. No restrictions, no endorsements. Hey! Let's go. There it is. Where are we at? The wording on this is very, I mean, this is very straightforward. And it's not right. It's not under restrictions. It says which transports. Okay, that's this part here. It allows you to drive a single combination with gross vehicle weight rating of 26,000 pounds or less if it either transports passengers or transports hazardous material. This does not mean you can transport either at will. This license class reflects that. These are the only circumstances under which a vehicle under 26,001 pounds gross vehicle weight rating requires a CDL class. Requires a CDL class C, but it says you can do it. If that's true, if that means you cannot transport either at will, and that you need a CDL for it, that needs to get fixed. And the last time the whole license thing was revised was in 2021. The wording on the card very clearly makes it that you can transport, not at the same time. You can't transport more than you can transport. So you're the driver plus 14 people and placarded hazmat. That's what it literally says. That's what this translates to. And it says right here, regarding your license description, yes, your Class C license classification is correct. It allows you to drive a single or combination vehicle with 26,000 pounds or less if it either, which I would imagine, I would have thought this be under 16. Under 16 passengers, including driver. A really silly thing, anecdotally, from a buddy who had to deal with it. He bought a dump truck because it was cheaper than renting it at the time. It was an old dump truck, and he needed to move like a bunch of loads of caliche to his property where he was using, crushed caliche to make the road. In order to transport caliche stones in the bed of the dump truck, he would have needed I think it was Class B license, CDL. If it was in buckets in the same dump bed, it was either that he had a B and he would have needed an A, I forget why, or whatever it was bumped down a whole ass rating to where he was good to go and didn't need to get the upgraded license, because the license that he had covered the dump truck with the dump truck's weight rating with buckets of like almost the same quantity of caliche, but it was in 5-gallon buckets instead of just dumped into the dump truck bed. And I want to say he worked for a distribution company. I'm pretty sure he had a CDL, but I think it was a Class B, and he might have been taught. It's been probably 12 years, 10, 12 years since I had this conversation, so I'm not remembering exactly. I could be way off. Single power unit and, well, yeah, combined with the weight rating of both being combined, yeah. Asking the clanker, is this saying you can drive a school bus with over 16 passengers if the gross vehicle weight is under 26,000 pounds because it clearly says it right here. It allows you to drive a single or combination vehicle with GVWR 26,000 pounds or less if yes, transports 16 or more passengers including driver. You said this. It allows you to drive singular combination vehicle with GVWR 26,000 pounds or less if it either transports 26 or more passengers, including driver, or transports placarded hazardous material. That okay. You said this. It allows the thing. It allows you to drive single or combination vehicle with GVWR of 26,000 pounds or less if it either transports 16 or more passengers, including driver, or transported placard. It has a material. This copy pasted. Copy pasted from your response. It allows you to transport blah blah blah. That very clearly says that if the gross vehicle weight rating is 26,000 pounds or under, you can transport more than 16 people, or you can transport placarded hazmat, which agrees with the wording on the license. These don't seem correct, but that's literally what the wording says. Explain how it means you can't do these things when it very clearly says you can. Oh man. Yeah, Spaceman, I have to constantly like, because I usually when I'm asking it about stuff, it's stuff that I know about. And or even with stuff that I do know about, and it's like I'm trying to massage it into, well, using stuff that I know, topics, domains of which I am well acquainted, to help me refine the processes for the prompting so that I can expand out and use it on things that maybe I don't know as well. But then also, in my prompting, I include no hallucination, no feel good, no anything unless you can cite a source and show me the logic on how you got there. That helps a lot. It's all about the prompting. The or condition on a Class C license refers to when a vehicle requires CDL Class C, not when a standard Class C allows. Standard Class C license is for non-commercial vehicles under 26,001 GVWR, like cars and pickup trucks. A Class C CDL is required of a vehicle designed to transport 16 plus passengers or carry placarded hazmat, even if it's under 26,001 pounds. Now, the or is between the or is between placarded hazmat part and passengers greater than or equal to 16 part. That means class, single quote, Class C single or combined vehicle weight rating 26,000 or under, which transports placarded hazmat, the whole first clause. The or would, spell would, right? Then mean single or combined weight rating 26,000 or under, which transports 16 or greater passengers including the driver. Or do I, like... It would be a class would be CDLC if I had a CDL, right? I don't. But, like... Did they make a mistake and put the wording of a CDL? The wording on your license is correct, but it refers to the Class C commercial driver's license, CDL, not a standard non-commercial Class C license. A standard Class C... Then why does it specifically say that? Why in the world does it define my license class as the CDL license when it is not CDL? It very clearly says can transport greater than 16 passengers or placarded hazmat if weight is 26,000 or under. Why pounds? Why in the world is it saying CDL things are okay on my non-CDL license? Why in the world is it saying CDL things are okay on my non-CDL license? It's very explicitly clear that these things are defined in the license class, even though we know these specifically are CDL things. Wait, hang on. It might have answered. It might have given an actual smart answer there, saying that class... The CDL designation is separate. The CDL... So the CDL... So being non-CDL separately restricts transporting those things. It just doesn't state that on the license. Yes, the non-CDL restriction is separate and not stated on the license. Your Class C license defines the vehicle weight category. Under 26,001 pounds, gross vehicle weight rating, or combined vehicle weight rating. The ability to transport 16 plus passengers or placarded hazmat requires a CDL with a passenger, PAPA, or hazmat hotel endorsement, regardless of vehicle weight. The license shows the potential for those things under the Class C definition, but actual authority comes from the CDL and endorsement, not the bare class. Base class. Not based class. So the license doesn't say you can do this. It says this type of vehicle falls under Class C, but doing things legally requires a CDL. It does not say it but doing those things legally requires a CDL. Okay, so it says, stuff in the quotes here, this type of vehicle falls under Class C. But, now outside of quotes, but doing these things legally requires a CDL. It does not say doing these things legally requires CDL. It does not say doing these things legally requires a CDL. This is obviously ambiguous or outright deception in the wording of the class statement. It should 100% say something to indicate these things are okay if you have a CDL. to allow them. Now this, I don't know what AI, like large language model, this Brave AI, I don't know what model it uses. You're right, the wording on the license is inherently ambiguous and can be misleading. The Class C label refers to the vehicle weight category, not the license type. CDL versus non-CDL, or Charlie Delta Lima. The clause transports 16 plus passengers or placarded hazmat describes when a CDL is required, not what standard Class C permits. However, the license does not clarify that this authority only applies if you have a CDL with the proper endorsement. This creates confusion because the same Class C term is used for both non-commercial and commercial licenses, but the actual ability to drive those vehicles depends on the CDL designation, which is a separate requirement. So yes, the current wording lacks a clear disclaimer like, if operating commercially with CDL, making it appear that a standard license grants those privileges. Glad we could clear that up. Oh, Spaceman, simple Google search says if there's air brakes you gotta take a test and get an endorsement. That's what it said, but only for CDLs or above 26,001 pounds gross for combined vehicle weight rating. So in Texas, and maybe this is a loophole, and I would imagine there's not that many vehicles like under that category that have air brakes. Like probably not many. It was very specific that the endorsement, wait, here. Lima. The Lima restriction is that no air brake equipped CMV, which I believe that means commercial motor vehicle. I believe I can fly. But you know what, Spaceman, you're right to get tired. I was gonna end this like 2 hours ago. Hey, if you're still here, thanks for sticking with me. I'll be working more, sometimes live, sometimes not, on this Clanker Logic stuff, and at some point, I'm gonna, like, I might pull footage from this. At some point, I'm gonna wrap up and, like, get to a solid version 1, and maybe I'll publish them for, like, what I'm doing so that other people can do the same thing. Whether or not with my notebook strategy or with the AI models. That's what I'm, like, I want it, like, I don't know if open sourcing it, but because I mean, once one person has it, I mean, it's just prompting. Even though this is taking, like, it's a considerable amount of time and effort to do this. I think like a freemium model where, hey, I'll open source it, but if you like it and you got some use out of it, here you can tip me at, you know, give me just a tip at this address, you know, or right now it's just to buy me a coffee, but I think I need to, I don't have enough content to do like Patreon or anything yet. We'll see. We'll get there. Streaming is a hobby for me after all. I'd like it to, I want to get to where, because royalty revenue is the best kind of revenue, like writing a book, doing the work once and then it's money forever. Everybody should write a book, at least one, in your life, and like, you can self-publish now with Amazon. or wherever. Even if it's $1. Write something, publish it. Somebody downloads it, $1, you get $1, or whatever. Any hoozles. Again, thanks for sticking with me if you stuck with me. If not, you know,